Okay, go ahead, take it away.
Good evening. This is a special meeting of the Ross Town Council, Tuesday, February 8, 2022. Item number 1 is the call to order and the roll call. Linda?
Yes, Councilmember Breckus
Aye.
and Councilmember Kircher. You are muted.
Here.
Okay, Councilmember Cool
Present.
and Councilmember McMillan
Here.
and Mayor Robbins.
Here.
All right,
Item number 2, posting of the agenda. Has the agenda been posted?
yes, it has.
Thank you. Item number 3, 39 Fernhill Avenue, Branson School Use Permit Amendment and Town Council consideration of adoption of resolution number 2233. So this is a continuation of the discussion about Branson's application to amend its existing use permit to increase its enrollment. The council considered this amendment for the first time at its January 13 meeting, and after conducting a public hearing, began its deliberations. While the meeting was long and comments were quite varied, much was accomplished. Council members appear to have agreed that an enrollment increase of 100 could be approved, and council members appear to have agreed that the project is exempt from CEQA. That then leaves only conditions of approval to be settled. While proposals about conditions have varied, I think it's important to keep in mind that the town and Branson share common goals to keep traffic net neutral and to keep Branson in Ross. The council is aware of Branson's interest in improving a resolution in time to meet its current application cycle. Tonight, we will continue with our deliberations of the use permit amendment. We'll start with the staff presentation and questions by council, followed by a presentation by Branson, and then questions from council for Branson, then open the matter for public comment, then close to public comment, then return the item to the council for further deliberations. I should note that the formal public hearing has already closed. That was at the January 13 meeting, but the Brown Act allows the public to comment on any item on the agenda, so we'll open the matter up for public comment. However, given that there may be many commenters, and with the goal of providing the council sufficient time to deliberate, we'll allow 2 minutes for each commenter instead of 3, which is in accord with the town's adopted procedures. 2 minutes should be enough time for comments while still leaving the council time to continue its deliberations. So we'll start with the presentation from staff, Meredith Rupp.
Thank you. Real quick, this is Krista Johnson, Town Manager. I'd just like to, Mayor and council members, just introduce our town team that worked on this item from the last meeting till now. Of course, we've got our town attorney, Ben Stock. We have another partner with Ben's firm, Burke Williams and Sorensen. Michael Biddle is an important part of our team. Brian Canepa, with a principal with W-Trans, is our traffic consultant. He's also on the Zoom meeting. And we have our police chief, Pata. We have Public Works Director Richard Simonich also on the meeting in the event questions come up in their area of expertise. And we have Meredith Rupp, who is our contract planner with Urban Planning Partners, and she will be giving our staff presentation. Thank you, Meredith.
Thank you, Krista. Everybody can see the presentation? All right. We're all here for the continued consideration of the Branson Schools Use Permit Amendment to increase enrollment to 420 students. As the mayor just mentioned, we'll start off with my presentation, then go to council member questions for our staff team that Krista just introduced. The applicant will then have up to 15 minutes to do their presentation. We'll have council member questions for the applicant, open for public comment, and then go to council discussion. So as a reminder, we're here for consideration of a resolution that would do 3 things. First, it would find that the project is exempt from CEQA. Second, it would approve a use permit to increase the Branson Schools enrollment from 320 to 420 students. And third of all, it would impose amended and restated conditions of approval. When we talk about the project, important reminder, we're talking about a phased enrollment increase of 25 students per year for 4 years. So a total enrollment increase of 100 students. And we're also talking about implementation of a transportation demand management plan, or TDMP, that seeks to keep traffic net neutral compared to the existing conditions. And finally, there are no physical changes to campus as part of this project. At the January 13th hearing, we heard concern from town council about the adequacy of the TDMP, in particular concerns about the monitoring methodology and penalties, the offsite drop-off and pickup, and hours of the afternoon single student pickup. We also heard concerns about regulating the athletic facilities by hours of operation. We heard interest from the town council in requiring neighborhood traffic monitors, or people who actually would be out in the neighborhood. Also interest in changing certain aspects of the proposed TDMP, especially about monitoring and potentially trip caps. And finally, there was interest in evaluating the use permit on a regular basis. We received direction to re-examine the conditions around the use of the athletic facilities and to look for an approach that was somewhere between the original condition and the proposed condition that's simply hours of operation. We also heard a request for more information on the proposed TDMP and the traffic impacts beyond Ross. We heard to consider changes in the monitoring program and potentially TDM strategies. We heard to draft a condition of approval that would require the neighborhood traffic monitors. And finally, we were directed to refine the condition of approval around amplified sound. In terms of public comment, we've had a lot of feedback from the community, both in favor and in opposition of the project. There were 30 members of the public who spoke at the January hearing. Most were in support of the project. Those who were in opposition were primarily concerned with traffic. Since the January 13th meeting, we've received a lot of public comment, and we've also received 2 letters from Branson dated January 25th and February 7th. The January 25th information is very robust and included in your staff report and in the presentation tonight. The February 7th letter I'll just touch on briefly now. It raised concerns about 3 things primarily, about limiting playoff games at the Branson facilities, about TDMP monitoring, and about potential enrollment rollback penalties. The last 2 of those 3 items we'll talk about throughout the presentation. Surrounding playoff games, I'll just note that staff is amenable to allowing the playoff games on Branson facilities, and we can discuss that more during the discussion if desired. But now we'll jump into some of these meatier options. The first issue on the table tonight is the use of athletic facilities. Thinking back on the direction to utilize an alternative approach that would focus more on limiting the number and type of events. So here before you, once again, is the original 1978 use permit condition. You might remember there's a pesky semicolon in there that makes it a little unclear on whose use is limited to pre-1978 levels. Since the January 13th meeting, we've taken a closer look at the final environmental impact report, and there's language in there that could indicate that the limitation applies to outside organizations and that the school has free use of its facilities for practice and play. We also took information from the FEIR and reevaluated our events analysis. We were able to find that a lot of the increased athletic events is due to the growth of Branson's women's sports, and not as much related to outside organizations. And finally, one more point to mention for this discussion is there was concern that regulating athletic facilities just by hours of use could result in increased use than what was allowed pre-1978 and also compared to what is currently going on. Our second big issue tonight is the TDMP. This is related to the request for more information on the TDMP and for the impacts beyond Ross. In the January 25th materials from Branson, there was a memo from Parisi Transportation Consulting, and it reported that use of the trip cap rate buffers for TDMP purposes is common practice. So that's that half standard deviation buffer. They also stated that schools are not well equipped to maintain permanent counters, but transportation consultants do have up-to-date equipment and can use it for discrete monitoring. And finally, the Parisi memo found that remote drop-off and pickup would have a negligible effect on traffic at remote locations. We had the town's consultant W-Trans peer review this, and they agreed that the trip cap rate buffers are a reasonable approach to account for traffic variation. They also agreed that the traffic impacts would be negligible related to the remote drop-off and pickup. And they provided more information to consider when thinking about continual monitoring periods versus discrete ones. Continuing more with the TDMP, especially the way to monitor traffic and enforce and potentially penalize, we have a couple of things to consider. The TDMP does currently have provisions that tie enrollment to performance on the TDMP. The school would not be able to receive a planned 25 student increase until it goes a year without, oh my goodness, I'm getting confused. It has to go a year with good performance. You can't have uncured violations. I think it's worded confusingly here. But that is, of course, just limited to the first 4 years when those enrollment increases are planned. Another consideration is that Branson currently does its financial planning on a 3-year cycle. There is language in the TDMP that says the town will review and approve the monitoring method and that the town has input on the independent consultant who would be performing the monitoring. But this language could be strengthened to create a stronger role for the town in the consultant selection. And finally, the TDMP prohibits solo student pickup between 2:30 and 3:30 p.m., but we know the core academic day ends at Branson at 3:15. So there was concern that a student could just wait 15 minutes and call their parent and get picked up pretty quickly after the academic day. The final item for discussion is the neighborhood traffic monitors and ensuring that that practice is continued. Branson does currently employ these traffic monitors and they are included in the TDMP. So now we'll switch over to all the different options for you. In the parentheses in each of these slides, you'll see which table it corresponds to in your staff report. And the first one we'll talk about is the athletic field use. As mentioned, the current condition limits usage to pre-1978 levels, and the language in the FEIR may clarify that that limit only applies to outside organizations. On January 13th, we discussed instead limiting the field's use by hours of operation. And the materials Branson provided dated January 25th agree with the hours of operation limitation, and the applicant also restricted their own use of the fields on their weekends compared to what we talked about on January 13th. Finally, there's a condition of approval in the February 8th staff report, the staff report for tonight, that has another option which would retain the language and intent of the 1978 condition, but it adds some language to explicitly tie trips associated with travel to athletic events to the TDMP goals. It also has language that would prohibit the postseason playoff and championship games at Branson. For outside organizations who use the field, the current condition is just by town permission. On January 13th, we discussed limiting it to youth athletics and would also regulate the outside organization's use by hours of operation. Branson and their materials dated January 25th also proposed limiting to youth athletics and regulated by hours of operation, and also proposed language to clarify that it would be considered by the town on a case-by-case basis, which outside organizations would use the field. And finally, tonight we have a condition that would clarify that it's by town permission, but the town manager or his or her designee is the one who does this. Now we're getting into the big one, TDMP monitoring and penalties. A reminder that in the proposed TDMP, it would establish a 2-week monitoring period for twice a year, and uncured violations in the first 4 years would make the school ineligible for its planned increase of 25 students. There are escalating penalties proposed in the TDMP that would start with financial fines and then culminate in enrollment rollbacks. On January 13th, we proposed a condition to approve the TDMP and to impose condition number 3 to require its implementation at all time the school is in operation. Branson has now proposed materials dated January 25th that just provide more context for some of the things in the TDMP. The pre-C memo addressed the use of the buffers, and the applicant also stated their preference for discrete monitoring periods versus continuous ones. And you'll see here there are two options for the February 8th materials. The first is same as the January 13th proposal, requiring implementation of the TDMP, but also specifying that each student above the allowed enrollment increase is considered a separate and distinct violation of the use permit for each day the student is or students are enrolled. And the second option, which is a little more complicated, so we'll go into more about this on the next slide, but this would tie the enrollment to the school's performance with the TDMP more explicitly. So each year there would be an annual enrollment maximum that is determined by the fall monitoring period results. And enrollment could be reduced by up to 25 students depending on the performance of the trip cap. So a little bit more information on this. How it would work, it's specified in conditions number 1 and 18 in option 2 of your staff report, and also contains in table 3. And what would happen is the town would approve the monitoring protocol and methodology each year before monitoring occurs. In the staff report, we said late August to mid-November is when the monitoring could occur. In consulting with W-Trans, we realized there's fluctuations in traffic when students are first figuring out their travel patterns at the beginning of the school year and also during the holidays. And they suggested mid-September to mid-November is a more adequate monitoring period. So the monitoring would go on during that time, and then by February 1st, Branson would submit a fall monitoring report to the town. And this would show the results of the monitoring and provide a recommendation on how many students to enroll for the following year. The town would read this report and by March 1 provide comments. And the thinking is, of course, that the annual enrollment maximum would depend on how the school performed with the TDMP. So for every 2.69 trips were above the trip cap, there could be a deduction of 1 student up to a maximum deduction of 25 students. In regards to the neighborhood monitors, the people who would be on campus and surrounding streets, the proposed TDMP does have school personnel placed at key points for monitoring purposes. It doesn't provide quite as much detail about when those monitors would be out. So there it says at the Bolinas and Waverly intersection, the monitoring would be during the first week of the semester and monthly spot checks. And so we have a consideration here that would be a little bit more explicit about what this is. It would have 5 qualified monitors that are present during the morning and afternoon peak period hours, Monday through Friday, and during all weekend special events. And the monitors would not be allowed to park on property owned or otherwise, or they would only be allowed to park on property owned or otherwise controlled by Branson. In regards to the hiring of the traffic consultant who would perform the independent monitoring, this is condition number 3B before you tonight. So in the proposed TDMP, the language says the consultant would be employed by Branson, but the town has input with consideration for the cost of Branson and the reputation of the consultant. Branson in their January 25th materials revised the language to say the town will select the consultant with input from Branson on the consultant's cost and reputation. And finally, in condition 3B, there's more explicit language that says the consultant would be employed by the town at Branson's cost with input from Branson on the cost and reputation. And the monitoring protocol rests with the town. The timing of the monitoring would not be divulged to the applicant. And we should note that if we go with option 2, that would impose the fall monitoring report and the maximum enrollment cap, this condition would not be applicable. And finally, amplified noise is condition number 13, relates to table 4 in the staff report. The current condition prohibits amplifying equipment or sound systems at athletic events. And so January 13th, we discussed clarifying that amplification is also limited for the non-athletic events. And we listed specific outdoor events where it would be allowed, and also said it's allowed during emergencies. The applicant on January 13th suggested that instead of specific events being listed, to just say no more than 10 special events. And January 25th materials, the applicant proposed allowing application for no more than 10 special events, emergencies as needed, but also proposed allowing amplified noise sound for championship varsity football or soccer games. And that is consistent with league rules, according to Branson. Another consideration is to allow for amplification for emergencies and no more than 10 special events, but to have timing on when it would have to end. So no later than 10 p.m. on Sunday through Thursday, or after 11 p.m. on Friday and Saturday. And now, as we continue to think through all of these things, just a reminder on what our use permit findings are. The council will have to determine that the project would not be detrimental to the health, safety, morals, comfort, convenience, or general welfare of persons residing or working in the neighborhood, nor would the project be detrimental to the public welfare or injurious to property or improvements in the neighborhood. And so in terms of next steps, we're awaiting council deliberation, discussion, and direction to staff regarding the amended and restated conditions of approval. Listed here are the specific subjects at hand. Table 1 in the staff report is about condition number 11, the athletic field use. Table 2 in the staff report is about condition number 12, the outside organizations. Condition number 3, amplified sound, relates to table 4. And then table 3 is about the enrollment maximum and TDMP penalties. About TDMP issues, those are listed here as well. We know monitoring and enforcement is a big one. There's the option in the TDMP or option 2, which would impose conditions number 1 and 18. There's the hiring of the transportation consultant. There's the trip cap rate buffer, the neighborhood monitors, and the hours of afternoon single student on-site pickup. And now I will hand it over to Ben actually to further clarify the council role tonight.
Thank you, Meredith. I just wanted to clarify with the council what your role is tonight in considering the application. As I've mentioned before, the council is acting in its quasi-judicial capacity, reviewing Branson's CUP application amendment. The town zoning ordinance, as referenced in the previous slide, articulates the factors the council must consider and find when approving any such CUP amendment. Those findings can be met by adding conditions to the approval, and as such, staff has drafted certain conditions to assist council in its considerations. Likewise, Branson has also submitted proposed conditions. However, it's up to the council to enact any conditions that are supported by evidence in the record to assist the council in making the findings that need to be made under our municipal code referenced in the previous slide. So as far as the next steps tonight, there's 3 possible options for you to consider when you get to your deliberations. First, you can direct staff to bring back a resolution for denial. Second, you can continue to a date time certain with further direction to staff regarding the need for further information and/or information you need to help you reach any sort of conditions of approval. And then the third option is to continue to a date time certain to approve with direction to staff regarding amended and restated conditions of approval. And with that, that concludes our presentation, and I'll turn it back to the mayor.
Thank you very much. Now we have time for council members to ask specific questions of staff. I have one, Meredith, which is in the concept of the ongoing monitoring. Is that a situation where Branson and the town could get the data in real time, especially Branson, so that they could cure in real time any excess traffic and then avoid any, any penalties?
I will actually hand it over to Brian to speak to this. We do understand there's a little bit of a lag time with the data, but it seems like it's possible. Is that right, Brian?
Yeah, it depends on the technology that you use to be able to monitor it, but it can maintain itself in relative real time. But what I would caution is that even permanent counters can be off sometimes, and you always want to fact check things before you make them public. So I wouldn't want to give the impression that at midnight, you know exactly what the counts were for the day before, but there is a kind of a flow to it over time.
But this isn't an option that requires that we only learn at the end of December what the counts were. We can hear pretty much throughout the fall how things are going.
Yeah, that is a possibility. Yeah, I just don't want to give the impression that at midnight, at the stroke of midnight, you get to see everything. But yeah, there is. You should be able to see it shortly thereafter.
What are there questions from other council members? Councilmember Kircher.
I have a couple of questions regarding the cure period. First of all, the proposal that's before us, I think it's the TDMP actually, that refers to a 60-day cure period. And my question to our consultants would be, is that necessary? Is that typical? Would a 30-day cure period be appropriate, or some other time period?
Sure, excellent question. So most of the schools that we've worked with before, the cure period is actually a full semester. That's the most common that places have. So you're actually talking a typical cure period of maybe 4 months. So when we saw the 60 days, that is faster than I think I've ever seen. And I would be pleasantly surprised, but it's, if the school is willing to commit to 60 days, I think that's a very good thing.
Okay, and then second question, and it may be in the TDMP, and I didn't notice it, but what are the specifics as to what triggers that period, and when do we start counting, or when does the school start counting as to the cure period?
That actually is a question. I'd have to go back and look at the exact language. Meredith, do you have a response to that?
On mute. I don't know off the top of my head. So that might be a question we'll have to ask the applicant.
I'm just trying to get an idea of how this would all work in practice. You have a problem during the original monitoring period, then a 60-day period, then followed by a week-long monitoring period. And I'm just wondering how long all of that may actually take, as opposed to just stringing all these things together, like 2 weeks plus 60 days plus 1 week. I assume it's going to be a bit more spread out than that. And it may be a practical issue as to whether all this can be done in time to determine whether there's a cure, because if there's not a cure, then the enrollment for the following year at some point, I think, is put on hold, isn't it? Or maybe not. Maybe that's over a 1 year period. I don't know, but I think at some point, we would want to make sure all this works. That's why I was trying to get some clarification.
So maybe I can clarify my response then. So typically, right now we're kind of in a unique period because a lot of data collection firms are a little backed up. But let's say, for example, you do a set of counts, and it takes you maybe a couple weeks to be able to get that data back and review it and make sure everything looks legitimate. And you say, okay, something's wrong, the school's in violation. My understanding of it, I don't have the conditions of approval in front of me, but that would essentially start the 60-day clock. So you have 2 weeks, roughly about 60 days from that. And then after that 60-day window, you're right, you have to go and count again to make sure that you're actually within compliance or not. And that would take a week or two to get that data. So you're looking about 3 months total. It looks like Mr. Biddle wants to chime in.
Yeah, Brian, I had a chance to crib from the TDMP itself. And so essentially there are two scheduled monitoring periods in the TDMP as proposed by Branson. There's one in the fall, October, November. It would be for a 2-week period, 14 days. And then there would also be one in the spring, March, April, again for 14 days. if there was if there's a violation that occurs during the first period, so in the fall, we'll just take that briefly. If there's a violation there, then Branson will have, so it's done in, this is how I envision it will work. It's done October, November. The report comes out, there's a violation. They then have, everybody's on notice, there's a violation of the fall monitoring period. They would then have 60 days to quote, cure, and that essentially would be, let's implement, extra efforts to get the trips down. At the end of that 60-day period, there would then be a 7-day monitoring that would be conducted. And if that 7-day period of monitoring still evidenced a violation, again, this is in the as a result of a violation in the fall, that would then trigger a lack of or an ability to defer or reduce, I should say, the number of students that are allowed in the upcoming next academic year. Okay, so there would be, in terms of timing, the idea would be that the fall monitoring period shows a violation. There's 60 days to cure that. There's a 7-day monitoring. And if there's still a violation, then what you would have would be a reduction in the amount of allowable students for the next coming academic year. And so that reduction or of number of students allowed, as I say, only occurs as a result of monitoring from that fall period. If there's a violation in the spring, then it's just treated, if I understand it, as one of those uncured violations, because by the time you did it in the spring, there's 60 days, spring is March, April, 60 days, and now suddenly you're doing 60 days, you're now into the summer. So I suspect maybe more than likely what's going to happen is that sort of 7-day period of monitoring, for all practical purposes, likely wouldn't occur until start of the new year. I don't, because March, April, there's a violation as a result of monitoring. You're not going to get that monitoring data until maybe at the earliest end of April, early May. And then you've got 60 days for them to cure. Now you're into July and school's out of session. So I'm not sure they're, that it really works so well on that second go round of monitoring. Nevertheless, it still is a violation that I believe would subject them to fines.
Right. Okay, I have one other question for our consultants regarding the weekend events. I understand monitoring of regular academic activities and any athletic or other activities that happen during the week. But what about the weekend events? Are those something where if you monitor it for, say, 2 weeks, you get a reliable figure? Because I imagine the weekend events are not as regular as what would occur during the week when school is in session, due to, well, sporting events or special events or whatever. Is that an issue or is it not?
Brian, do you have thoughts on that?
Sure. So typically when it comes to weekend events, the schools that we've worked with don't normally have a set trip cap for the weekends because the amount of traffic that you're talking about is much lower than it is during the weekdays. And so the focus is actually on creating really effective special event management plans to be able to deal with that. You can still monitor on the weekends and if for some reason something is very much out of whack, or traffic is really extraordinary, or the management plan is not working, you find on the weekends, then you can build in some sort of remedy for that specific things to address the weekend special event plans. But yeah, it's not treated quite in the same way as it is with the weekday traffic.
But as I understand it, under the TDMP, those trip counts are still, there is a base level, and they are still counted. Because I think Branson is represented, unless I misunderstood, that this is one way to control the use of the athletic fields when there's an increase in enrollment, that it's not just the number of events and so forth, it's also the trip counts. They have to be at the same base level as was determined during the original base period. Or do I not understand that?
There is a weekend rate. The TDMP sets forth 398 as the trip cap, which is the 346 trips average plus the buffer. And it does have a much larger buffer than the weekday. And I think that speaks to what you were just mentioning about variability of events. So my understanding is that might already be somewhat baked into the trip cap for the weekends. But Brian or the applicant might have a better sense of that.
No, I mean, that's essentially the right answer. I mean, and the variation, the trips obviously speaks to the larger deviation you have there. But that's the intent, right? Is that you're going to have, if you try to set the weekday trip cap on the weekend, it would be kind of meaningless. And so you're in a sense trying to deal with these special events as they come up. I mean, my look at the trip cap on the weekend is that it's reasonable given what we've seen. Now, it doesn't mean that you can't look at special events and see if there's room for improvement and the way you manage traffic or parking. But in terms of trying to adhere to that trip cap, I think is reasonable.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Macmillan.
So I just want to be sure I understand what Michael was saying in terms of the enrollment decrease. That's just for the first 4 years of expansion, right? Is that what you were talking about?
Correct. That's what they've proposed in the TDMP.
Okay. And then thereafter, there's a different set of circumstances in terms of the fines and the curing.
Yes, after, they talk about first fine being fine of 50,000 and thereon. And then I think after 6 violations, then they go back to potential reduction of enrollment.
And in the new proposal for the broader monitoring that was just made public a few days ago, are there any fines associated with that proposal?
No.
And how would you envision sharing the data with Branson?
Actually, the way it had been drafted is that Branson would be responsible with city input for the selection and hiring of the traffic consultant. And they would be the one that would be responsible for generating the monitoring report. And they would then submit that monitoring report to the town along with their sort of their determination of what any impact there is on their enrollment as a result of the results from the monitoring. And so, and then that information would come to the town. And the time period that we had established for that is that they would have to submit that to the town by the 1st of February. And then the town would look at that and determine what the actual allowable enrollment is by March 1st for the following year. And so, Branson will have that information likely before the town would.
Yeah, I would want to make sure that Branson had the data continuously so that if they're seeing that there's some type of a, overage in their cap, they can pivot and cure immediately instead of waiting until, February or some, way after the fact, and we, exchange the data then, and we it's a kind of a gotcha moment. That's not what.
I think that's certainly doable. I'll also note, I know at the prior council meeting, there were some requests in relation to the TDMP proposed by Branson that the town should be the one engaging the consultant. And I believe that was as a result of some concern that perhaps, there's an opportunity, if Branson is controlling the monitoring, there's an opportunity to sort of game the results if they're only, doing monitoring for a couple of weeks. As we drafted what is proposed condition 1 and 18, or this sort of option, given the longer monitoring period, we didn't think that it was likely that anybody would really be able to game the system, as it were, for a 2-month period. So that's why we didn't sort of add language in there that had the town being the one to select the consultant. So it's Branson who hires them. Obviously, there's input from the town regarding protocol and all that, but they're the ones responsible for collecting the data, or their consultant is, and then generating the report, and then generating a recommendation to the town as to what the enrollment should be for the following year, again, based on the results of the monitoring. And if there's monitoring shows that they exceeded the trip cap, the average trip cap, by more than 2.67, or there's a, to the extent it exceeds it for every 2.67 trips, there's a resulting 1 student reduction in enrollment to a maximum of 25, because they're entitled to their 80 times 4 is 320 students that they currently have. So that's the rationale.
And in your newest proposal, are you contemplating any type of spring monitoring in addition to the fall monitoring?
No, we did not. We did not. I think the thinking is that really the impact from the impact to traffic is the concern, is the enrollment is the cause of the potential impact. And so therefore we were trying to target that connection there between, or make a connection, I should say, between enrollment and compliance with the trip cap rate. And
I guess I would like to ask our consultant if the latest proposal is something that is accepted, if he would recommend spring monitoring as well, or if the fall monitoring, the broader monitoring period would suffice.
Well, typically, monitoring for schools is done each semester, right? So that you don't have as much of a lag time to be able to correct whatever the problem is. Now, it is true, though, that in terms of having penalties associated with enrollment, if you count in the spring, it's not reasonable to roll into the summer and then, have enrollment reductions. So, you can count during those 2 times. I certainly think it's more common in our experience to do a fall and a spring, but you would need to treat the enrollment decreases, I believe, differently.
I think what you could do, Councilmember McMillan, is if you wanted, is you could utilize, to the extent the council approved this for the first year going in, just use the fall data. And then for subsequent years, if you impose a year round, you could use the spring and the fall data for purposes of making your determination for the next year thereafter. Hopefully that makes sense.
I had a question about, I wondered, this is about the amplified sound for non-athletic field events. And I wondered what was the thinking behind 10 events? Because I saw from the staff report on January 13 that Branson listed 5 outdoor events where they use amplified sound. And I wondered what was the thinking behind having amplified sound continue until 10 or 11 p.m. That sort of sounds like, what we do for, a house party or something, but I don't think Branson has outdoor lights. I don't think that the conditions allow outdoor lights. So I don't think they'd be out with loud music until 10 or 11, but I just wondered what was the thinking behind picking 10 events and 10 and 11 o'clock at night for that condition?
So the 10 events, I think, came from the events where Branson currently uses amplified sound. But you're right, Mayor, that not all of those are outdoors. So perhaps that number should be revisited. The time prohibitions were something to just try to, add a little bit more expectation around community members on what to expect and what we've seen other conditions of approval or use permits utilize.
In any case, we're not asking for any conditions for indoor amplified sound, correct? That's of no concern to the council, their use of indoor amplified sound, correct?
The current conditions don't pertain to indoor.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you. Councilmember Cool.
Yeah, I'd like to go back and get a little bit of a picture of how we got where we are tonight. Branson filed its application for, I guess, for amendment of the use, for increase in the enrollment in March of 2021. Is that right? Am I right about that?
I'll have to double check because I wasn't with the town at that.
Well, I'm pretty sure it is.
Okay.
And if I'm right about that, and I'm willing, I think others can double check me if they want, but I'm pretty sure that's right. Some kind of activity was started by staff to deal with this application. Now, at that time, Ms. Rupp, were you part of the staff from the beginning?
Not from the beginning, no.
When did you come on board?
Around the spring.
So like April or May or something? Is that what you're talking
April,
about?
yeah.
Okay, thanks. And as we sit here tonight, we no longer have the town manager or the town planner who started working on this project in March of 2021, correct?
Correct.
Other than those two and you, who else comprised the staff that was working on this project?
Our office. City Attorney's Office, Mike and myself.
Was Mr. Simonich involved at the beginning?
A little bit, yes, related to transportation.
Okay. Now, let me just jump directly to my next question. I think you'll understand it, and maybe you're not the one to answer it. I'm not sure. How much Branson has the obligation to reimburse the town for its expenses regarding processing of this application? Is that right?
Yes.
How much have they been charged?
This is Krista Johnson, Town Manager. Mayor Pro Tem Cool, I don't have the answer right now to it. I can get that information for you. I know
Well-
that Branson has been very responsive to our requests. We've been doing it on a deposit basis. And so
Well,
they in fact provided a check last week.
Well, maybe I can lead you to, I just want to get, I don't care about the exact amount. I
Mhm.
recall, if I'm correct, seeing something a month or so ago that at that time, they owed us about $90,000 for the activities that the town had engaged in dealing with this application. Does that sound right?
I'm sorry, I really don't know what the amount has been, just that they have been replenishing their deposit account that was required, and then the town has been drawing down on it, and last week they replenished it again. So they've been very responsive for that.
Well, is there any question in your mind that it's been over $100,000 they've already paid?
I'm sure it's a lot, but I honestly don't know. I'll have to find out for you.
Okay. Now, Ms. Rupp, I'm struggling a little bit to get this question in a way that's meaningful for you. So excuse me if I stumble a little. But what I want to know is, well, let's put it this way. In making decisions about what the staff would recommend, did this, typically in this sort of a situation, you would consider the good and the bad about a particular proposal, right?
Yes.
The benefits and the, I'm not sure quite what word to use for the other side, the drawbacks, I guess. You consider that in deciding what to bring to the council, correct?
I would look to the requirements of the code, so the findings for our use permit in this case, and the application submittal checklist requirements.
Okay, but in many instances, you found there was more than one recommendation that you could make, right?
Yes, we've tried to, talk about options to consider.
Okay, and in considering the options, do you consider the benefits and the drawbacks
Yes,
to the town?
yes,
And do you consider the benefits and the drawbacks to Branson?
I suppose, yes.
Well, you were involved in this process. Do you have a recollection whether you talked about what's this going to do to Branson?
Yeah. We,
Well, if I may, I can also say we have, many discussions with Branson as part of them submitting their application about the drawbacks and advantages of their application and how to put forward their application. So it definitely was a conversation, which even Branson just, alluded to in our first meeting.
It certainly wasn't just limited to conversations with Ms. Rupp, but there were conversations with myself and Mr. Stock and his town manager and W-Trans and Mr. Streeter before him, and I presume the former town manager as well. I mean, this application came in long before this evening, back in March, and it's been given, I think, a lot of attention from staff and in recognition of the importance of it to Ross and to the town of Ross and to Branson.
And well, let me jump ahead just by way of an example. Does the town have an estimate? Well, first of all, Branson has the duty to reimburse the town for whatever expenses the town has with respect to dealing with their application, right?
That's the town's prerogative, and that's what it imposes, yes.
It's not proposed, it's going on. They are reimbursing them, aren't they?
As far as I understand, they are, yes.
Okay,
Say, Beach, can I interrupt for just 1 second?
sure.
I can tell that there are a lot of questions about the whole process, but I wonder if we can try to focus, finish your question, but I'm hoping we can focus more on this specific proposal so we can, and these conditions to move that forward. But I don't want to cut you off, but I hope we can focus more specifically on the conditions.
Well, I'm not going to be much longer on this subject, but I think it's important to get an understanding of what has gotten us to where we are tonight. That's really what I'm trying to do. And one of the things we've done is we have carried out certain activities, and Branson is in the process of, or partly has already, reimbursed us for the expenses that the town has incurred in doing that. Isn't that right?
Yes, we've said as much, yes.
Okay, but right now, at least, nobody seems to know how much it's cost Branson to get this far. One of the things I'm really interested in is, have you figured out how much it's going to cost Branson to pay for this daily monitoring that's being proposed for the fall semester?
It's, no, we haven't put a figure to that.
I'm sorry, did you say you haven't put a figure to that?
No,
Okay. So in considering the pros and cons of this proposal, you haven't considered the load Branson is going to have to carry with respect to that particular activity, at least yet. Is that right?
I answered that already, yes.
Okay, I didn't think you answered it, but maybe I'm not hearing too well. But as we stand, we don't, it's going to be a fairly expensive operation for Branson to pay for daily monitoring, isn't it?
It's really a matter of putting a piece of equipment in place that collects data.
Oh, okay.
So whether that necessarily is significantly more to do over a 8-week time as opposed to the two-week times for a total of 4 weeks that Branson has already proposed in their TDMP, whether it's significantly greater, I can't respond to that. But
Well, it's going to be twice as much
I don't
as
think
if
necessarily that is the case.
you say it isn't necessarily the case.
I would not necessarily assume that as a fact, no.
4 weeks, 8 weeks isn't going to be twice as much as 4 weeks.
Twice as much as time, but I don't know that it's necessarily going to cost twice as much.
Okay.
Because again, it's a piece of equipment collecting data.
Yeah, maybe I can chime in just real quick on this. I would say it's probably, if not, you can't simply just double it for twice as much time. The cost can also vary too based on the equipment you're using. If they're damaged, sometimes they are, sometimes they're not, sometimes everything will work smoothly. It depends on the labor involved, being able to analyze the results. We haven't been asked to look at any sort of cost estimate to this, but I can say that this is a relatively standard thing that schools do go through in order to monitor trips. Not only schools, but other private businesses do as well.
Okay.
But I absolutely understand what you're saying. You want to make it as cost effective as possible.
Well, let me go back to, I'm sorry, somebody.
Krista Johnson has a comment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Should we let Krista speak and then Beach, you can?
Sure,
finish
that's
up?
fine.
All right.
I'm close to done, believe it or not.
I just want to thank you, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem Cool. I just wanted to comment that the changes that our staff team with our attorneys, our consultants has brought back tonight as were because the council at your last meeting in January had expressed particular concerns or ideas. And our staff took it back and diligently tried to come up with some options for the council to consider. And so, yes, some of the options they might be, they have other consequences. But in defense of our staff team, we're doing what the council asked us to do on January 13th. So
No, the
I just
council
wanted
asked you.
the consensus of the council was
Yes.
to bring back these items. So I
Right.
just wanted to provide that little defense of our
Okay.
staff team. Okay,
You don't-
thanks.
You don't have to defend them to me. I'm sure of their competence and more than just average competence. Maybe that's all the questions I have for right now. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Councilmember McMillan.
Well, along Beach's lines, I just want to make sure that everyone understands when the council first heard this application. Meredith, when was that?
I believe January 13th, but I also understand there was discussion for the elections report on this item as well.
And that's the November 2019 report? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay, but in terms of giving direction to the staff or the consultants, none of that happened until that first January 13th council meeting, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from council members for staff? Thank you. Then let's move on to the next item, which is the applicant Branson has 15 minutes to do a presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. If you could just give me one moment to bring in our representatives of Branson. We have 4 representatives. So I'm bringing in head of school, Chris Mazzola. So promoting her to panelist. And then we also have David Hanson. Okay, and we have their attorney, Riley Hurd. We have 146 attendees, so I'm having to scroll through.
Maybe they could raise their hand for you.
I am looking for Mr. Hurd.
Yeah,
They
that's a
go
good
by,
idea.
they go by first name in the list, I believe.
It's kind of a mixture of
He also
both.
just raised his hand, so he's at the
Yeah.
top now.
Oh,
Oh,
where
good.
is he?
That was a good idea.
He raised his
Oh,
hand, yeah.
okay. Oh, I like that. Great. Here, we've got Mr. Hurd, and then their traffic consultant, Mr. Parisi, also raised his hand. Promote to panelist. So according to Chris Mazzola, there were 4 individuals. I believe I have added them all to our panelist list. Chris is there, David,
Yes.
Riley, and David Parisi. All right.
Okay.
Thanks for your patience.
No problem. Shall I start?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Robbins and council members. Thank you very much for scheduling this meeting and the special hearing to consider our request to increase our enrollment. We began the process of amending our use permit nearly 5 years ago. At that time, we met with Joe Chin and Heidi Scoble, and over time met individually with each of the council members to discuss our need to grow and to understand the process to amend the 1978 use permit. After 2 years of preparation, the school passed the ballot measure in March of 2020 with the support of Ross voters. We then worked closely with a group of immediate neighbors in the fall of 2020 to discuss their needs before finalizing a transportation demand management plan for use in our application to the town. Last March, when we submitted our application, David Hanson and I began working in earnest with Patrick Streeter and Meredith Rupp to begin compiling the necessary materials to bring the matter to the council. It was a collaborative, useful process of meeting together weekly that yielded good results. Throughout this process, we were told by both town staff and council members that the council wanted the work of designing the CUP amendment and any new conditions to take place before the matter was formally presented at a public meeting. We've done exactly as asked, but now as the discussion turns to brand new conditions with major consequences for the school, I'm worried that all the time, thought, and energy Branson and the town staff have spent over the last 11 months is being forgotten. The back and forth negotiations with town staff was done in good faith and in a trusting manner, trying to create a use permit amendment that would work for both the school and the town. From the beginning, it was clear that traffic was the most relevant issue. And so in consultation with a group of our immediate neighbors, we developed a detailed traffic plan that two experts, Parisi and W-Trans, agreed to achieve net traffic or better. Some of the strategies and concessions we agreed to are no parent drop-offs at peak hours and drop-offs at only off-campus locations. And you mentioned the 3:30 time, that can absolutely be adjusted. That is not an exact number that we need to follow. The hiring of a full-time director of parking, transportation, and security, 10 years of traffic monitoring, 4 weeks total each year instead of the standard 2 weeks that many schools do, hefty fines of $50,000, $100,000, $100,000, and $100,000 for traffic overages. After the fines, an enrollment rollback to match the degree of traffic violation. An inability to get the next tranche of 25 students if we do not meet traffic counts in each of the first 4 years. A second Marin bus in year 3. Paid traffic monitors at 3 to 5 intersections near Branson, which we have already been doing for almost a year. A 60-day cure period for any traffic overages. Most schools have much longer cure periods, as was indicated, usually a semester. Financial support for safety improvements on Fernhill as agreed upon by neighbors. At least twice yearly meetings with our neighborhood group in perpetuity. It took a great deal of back and forth negotiations and sharing data over many months between Branson and the town staff to arrive at this robust traffic plan, which was vetted and approved by 2 of the top traffic experts in the Bay Area. We know that together with the town staff and the experts, we have a plan that will truly prevent any increase in traffic from the increase in students. Our traffic expert believes it has the potential to make it even better than net neutral. However, to us, it seemed that all of that work was dismissed at the first hearing. Further, during the course of our negotiations, the town staff told us that there was a desire to also amend conditions 11, 12, and 13 of our use permit. Branson has not requested any changes to these conditions. We complied with this request in the spirit of collaboration and agreed to several important restrictions regarding use of our facilities, none of which are required currently under our use permit and are unrelated to the addition of new students. These voluntary concessions are as follows. We agreed to make best efforts to host playoff games at College of Marin. We limited the hours and days of use of our sports facilities and eliminated Sunday use altogether. We agreed to limit large events with amplified sound to 10 per year. We currently have no limit. We developed a special events plan to manage all large events, sports and other, which we have already implemented and is working well. We had 2 home games against Redwood in soccer 2 weeks ago, and our special events management plan worked perfectly. There were no cars on Fernhill for either of those events. To date, we are very proud to have earned the support of many town residents for our plans to grow while keeping traffic net neutral, including neighbors closest to our campus. But truthfully, we walked away from the last hearing demoralized and felt that our 10 months of good faith work and trusted negotiations with the town staff were disregarded. While we hope to engage with the town on the outstanding issues from the last hearing, We were informed that further discussions would not happen in advance of tonight's meeting. With that, we submitted our memo of January 25th to try to answer the questions and concerns raised by the council on January 13th. It became clear last week when the staff report was released that the alignment we had created with the town had disappeared. The proposed new conditions came out of left field and were quite shocking to us and to many residents of Ross, as not one of them had ever been put on the table for consideration or even discussed at a cursory level in our many months of working with the town staff. Now we find ourselves back at square one with proposed conditions we cannot possibly agree to. The conditions presented: no playoff games on campus, continuous daily traffic monitoring from August to December, and immediate enrollment rollbacks with no cure period for traffic overages, would interfere deeply and negatively with the operations of the school for all of the reasons outlined in the letter we sent to the council on Monday. We cannot guarantee that COM can accommodate all playoff games, nor can we be sure we can find other fields or gyms in Marin. No other school in the Bay Area has conditions as stringent as these in their use permit. In fact, today I was in a board meeting with 18 other heads of school from around California, and not one of their schools has the kind of daily monitoring and enrollment rollbacks that the town has proposed for Branson. Why does the town believe that these conditions are necessary or reasonable to impose on Branson? For us, these conditions are not workable and we cannot accept them. To help us navigate the conditions, we asked our counsel Riley Hurd and our traffic expert David Parisi to help us. With that, I'd like to pass it over to Riley.
Okay, thank you, Chris, and good evening, members of the council. My name is Riley Hurd. I'm also part of the applicant team. And just sitting here listening to Chris speak, hearing your comments at the last hearing and watching these letters pour in, I've been trying to figure out how this got a bit off track. And I think it's what the root of the problem is 99% of the time: miscommunication. I don't think we've done a good enough job impressing on the council how much compromise went into bringing you this amended application that did ultimately garner the full support of staff and a resolution of approval suggested for your adoption. I think that staff turnover we heard about and us not driving that home, it may have been lost that this was a Herculean task, and the school said yes the whole way. They've spent over $133,000 on town fees so far processing this, and it's going way up. So when we saw the new conditions, the school was left scratching their head, and they came to me and said, what's the legal framework for one of these decisions? And I gave them a memo. It was provided to you, but I also made them a flow chart just so they could visualize how this works. And it's right on the screen for you. And it's pretty straightforward. So as you know, the school only asked for one thing: 320 to 420. Staff wanted to address some other conditions and do some cleanup. The school said okay as part of their compromise. But from a legal perspective, these are the questions. Is the condition necessary to address 100 new students? That's the nexus test. If not, it's probably not appropriate. If yes, then you go to the next one. You say, is there evidence in the record to support that there's an impact? If no, probably need to rethink the condition. If yes, you get to the final question. Is the condition being imposed roughly proportional to the impact you're trying to address? If not, dial it back a little bit. If yes, your condition is good to go. So this is all probably pretty familiar to you, but at some point, it seems like the framework of this went by the wayside, and we're getting conditions that weren't about 100 students or weren't based on evidence. Now, it's true the school did consent to a lot of these along the way, but the last set of conditions that we just saw in this new staff report, I think that was the breaking point. And I think the reason they were caught off guard was there's been a whole cadre of experts, mostly engaged by the town, that have opined that this TDMP and these conditions will work and they will offset any impacts. We hadn't seen anything that said you need to ban playoff games or address sound, but really it's the traffic conditions. And, we read W-Trans memos and have listened to them very carefully, and they concur. And this may upset the apple cart a bit, but there's no prohibition on adding vehicle trips as part of a project. 20, 30, 50, there's no evidence in the record that that would be some type of catastrophic effect. But the school proposed this, and they're willing to stand by it, and they volunteered a really significant, clear plan. Penalties, monitoring, and rollbacks. And that's the plan we're asking that you ultimately land on tonight. That's the one for which there's evidence and findings that can be made. And that's the one that we worked so hard with staff to achieve. And before I turn it over to David Parisi for the final 3 minutes, I just want to throw out there, at some point, there's got to be some recognition that this is a school. It's not a commercial enterprise. There is no perfect law you can write and no perfect CUP. At some point, there's got to be good faith agreement between the town and the school. And then if that doesn't work, remember that you have the ability to call this back up if it's not functioning as designed. But we need clear, effective conditions understood by all that can be enforced. And the ones that were submitted on January 25th by the school meet that criteria, support the findings, and are based on evidence. So I'll turn it over to David Parisi to discuss the traffic right now. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm David Parisi, a traffic engineer and school travel specialist. I'd like to address the most recent proposals by the town in regards to the traffic monitoring and penalties. Specifically, continuous daily monitoring for 4 months, or I think tonight we're hearing maybe 2 straight months. And then number 2, immediate rollbacks and enrollment before any cure and correct period or fines. Before I do that though, I think it is important to note that my firm was hired by Branson, just like we have been by other independent schools in Marin and throughout the Bay Area, to develop a successful transportation demand management plan. And in this case, like many others we prepared, one that would result in net neutral or even less traffic upon enrollment increases. We've been very successful in doing this with TDMPs, and frankly, a lot rides on the success for us since we are Marin based. I live in Marin. And for the past 25 years, we've been working with every Marin city and town and with almost every school throughout the county. And furthermore, and probably most important, we have to design a plan that works, because if it doesn't, the school can face penalties. So first, about the traffic monitoring. The TDMP we developed and the town's transportation expert W-Trans reviewed and concurred with includes conducting 2 weeks accounts every fall and spring semester. This lines up pretty well with how the previous or baseline traffic counts were conducted. And 1 to 2 weeks accounts is the typical approach for school traffic monitoring, again, as previously confirmed by W-Trans. The recent proposal to monitor traffic every day over an entire semester, I think tonight we're hearing maybe instead of 4 months, 2 straight months, just doesn't make sense to me, to be honest. As I've discussed at the last council meeting, deploying permanent count stations or even manually doing the counts, which would need to be done on multiple locations, is a very expensive proposition for a school. And it's actually not as reliable as conducting periodic counts, which is the norm, as confirmed by W-Trans in their letter from last week. Keeping permanent count stations calibrated and functioning perfectly on a 24/7 basis is again, not really something the schools take on. And let me just move on. Another important consideration is the baseline of recent accounts using the TDMP is not for an entire semester. So using TDMP data, which was done over 1 week periods over 3 separate years, compared to a full semester counts or to 2 straight months, would be like comparing apples and oranges. Now about the cure and correct period. Last week's proposal from the town recommends immediate student rollbacks if there is a traffic count violation. This is a very unusual approach and one I've never seen used before. Usually schools are allowed a cure and correction period, and if traffic is not reduced over that period, then fines are imposed. I see our time's running out here, but I just want to conclude that I do not know of any TDMPs that have automatic student enrollment rollbacks. And this is for a number of reasons that Branson laid out in their letter. So in my experience, these would be a penalty of last resort and not of first consequence. Again, thanks for the opportunity to discuss these items tonight. Those again that know me and know my company know that we're committed to making school travel as green as possible. And we've dedicated ourselves to this mission. And again, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Now we have an opportunity for council members to ask specific questions of Branson staff. Are there any questions from council members for Branson's staff? So seeing none, I have to tell you there was, oh, sorry, Councilmember Breckus.
You're on mute.
Elizabeth, you're muted.
Thank you. I wasn't clear on what Chris said about, maybe I heard wrong. I thought she said that currently there is no limitation on amplified sound for outdoor events. I thought it was capped at 10 under the present.
No, the present condition restricts athletic events from using outside amplified sound. There's no restriction on other events, whatever that might be, from the 78 permit.
I thought the 78 permit listed some specific events that exist. Is that only in the new proposal?
I think that's right. The size 78 permit doesn't, it's silent on amplified sound for non-athletic events. It only addresses amplified sound in for athletic events.
And funny enough, I've always thought that it was for everything. So we do not use amplified sound outside very often because of that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kircher.
Yes, I have a question, and it's the same question I asked our staff, but I appreciate Branson's feedback on this, and that is a question as to timing. So we have the monitoring period, and then if there's what we've been calling a violation, then there's a cure period, and then after that a second monitoring period that's shorter. Is there anything in the TDMP that spells that out, or what is the thought here as to how this would happen? Because I think there might be a timing issue as to if there were a problem with the second cure period. In other words, the second semester, the results of that wouldn't be known in time to have any impact on the enrollment the following year.
Yeah, I'll take a first crack at that. And I think that's actually a very astute observation. So yes, the TDMP does spell out the timing issue. So just for absolute clarity, it says you test. There are 2 distinct periods during the 2 distinct semesters, which is the industry norm. And then if you're good, that's great. If you're over, then you wait 60 days and you test again. It is a short time frame, but the school really wanted to endeavor to be sure that there was not a long period of an overage ever. And so during that 60 days, they have to pull the additional internal levers, which are the tools in the TDMP to further reduce traffic. The second test happens. Then you're either in compliance, that's good, or you're not. That, if you haven't gotten your additional students yet, is then going to limit you from getting the additional students. Let's say you're already past the enrollment increase phase, then it would trigger the financial penalties and ultimately an enrollment rollback. But I think you are right that the second testing might need to occur a bit earlier so that you could actually have that information if it were to impact enrollment. And that's something we'd be more than happy to agree to.
Are there any other questions from council members for Branson staff? Then, and council member, okay, fine. So there has been a request for a break before we open this to public comment. And the request is for a break for 15 minutes. So we will resume at 6:40.
Recording is on now.
Thank you. So now we will resume the special meeting of the Ross Town Council. We are at public comment on the planning project at 39 Fernhill Avenue. I had announced earlier that public comments would be limited to 2 minutes. However, it was pointed out to me that our agenda shows that comments shall be limited to 3 minutes. So we will be, so please limit your comments to 3 minutes. Again, there is, in the interest of time, if so that council can deliberate, if you agree with something someone said, feel free to just say that. But you are allowed a full 3 minutes if you want 3 minutes. So Linda, can you start letting members of the public offer comments, please?
Okay, I'll let several in at a time, and we'll call your name when it's your turn to speak. So we have Ted Williams first. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. Well, I'll start by saying I was not aware until tonight that Branson has had to pay $130,000 so far. That is an embarrassment and a reflection of how quickly government can get out of control. But I digress. My name is Ted Williams. We live at 61 Glenwood Avenue, right on the corner of Fernhill and Glenwood. So we've been neighbors of Branson for 26 years. And it was no doubt in our mind that Branson is an asset of Ross. Branson, just like Marin Art and Garden Center, the Ross School, St. John, Cedars, is an essential piece of the fabric of the community. The town council's recent draconian restrictions to Branson proposal are a non-starter. I assure you that the Board of Branson cannot accept these conditions. I've been on the board of 2 independent schools, Thatcher and Marin Country Day, and getting the right number of students is essential to remaining competitive. Branson will be forced to look elsewhere if these last-minute restrictions are kept in place. And it will therefore be under your watch, Town Council, if Branson has to move from Ross. That would be a great loss. Please don't let this happen. Be rational, approve the conditions as proposed by Branson's most recent proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Bill Poland. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I've really thoroughly enjoyed being able to participate in tonight's back and forth. I've been a resident since 1976, by the way. I can't believe I just turned 50, so you know how that worked out. But I'm taken by the fact that Branson has been such a great member of the community. They've always bent over backwards. I found it a little, I don't know, off-putting is the wrong word, but when you talked about gaming the system, when it was said that the city would hire their traffic engineer because if Branson hired their traffic study group, it would not be a good idea, even though, as I read, the city would have the approval to certainly have input in the results. I just think that they are in need of increasing the enrollment and that they're doing all the right steps. And boy, it's just a wonderful attraction to our city to have such a prestigious school. And we're still the same people, and it's just wonderful. So I think I'm totally in favor of what they're proposing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Court Haslett. Go ahead.
There we go. Hi, I'm speaking tonight. I'm sort of the unofficial CYO liaison between the St. Anselm's Parish and the Ross community for almost a decade. And the reason I bring that up is I feel like the posture of some on the town council is very much keeping people out of Ross, protecting Ross, as opposed to what I think the posture should be, which should be opening up and being more inclusive. And I can just tell you from the small program that I was involved with, that Branson was essential to, that it engendered a lot of goodwill in the neighboring community and around Ross. It strengthened institutional relationships between St. Anselm's Parish and St. Anselm's School. Parents developed friendships, kids developed friendships. And I just think Ross, which has the reputation of being sort of exclusive and non-welcoming, it helped change that just a little bit. And so I think that's the posture we should be adopting. I would also like to, along that vein, talk about this, what I think is kind of an obsession with traffic. I think it should be a concern, and which is why Branson has jumped through as many hoops as they have and spent as much money, hundreds of $1,000s, allowed themselves to be fined $50,000 to $100,000. And that seems like enough to me. Any more than that, it seems like overkill. And there are other concerns, one of them being Branson's survival, really. And another one being the will of the voters who voted 2 years ago after being thoroughly informed by Branson about what's going on. They voted for the expansion, and for the town council to reject that because a couple of cars might slip through 1 or 2 times a day, that just seems unreasonable to me. And I would just encourage the voters on the town council who are still open, have their minds open, to please pass the expansion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Billy Buck. Go ahead, Billy.
Oops, sorry. Took me a minute to get on. Good evening. My name is Billy Buck, and I'm a neighbor here on Bolinas Avenue. I routinely walk and run on Fern Hill and never perceive traffic from Branson as a problem. In fact, compared to neighboring towns, it never feels like there is a long backup of cars disturbing the neighborhood, even during peak to from school hours. I am a parent, youth coach, and board member in local youth sports. As I drive my kids and their friends in traffic around Marin County every afternoon to available fields, I'm continuously surprised that we are not allowing Branson's facilities to host our community programs, such as CYO, Ross Valley Soccer, Ross Valley Grizzlies Lacrosse, etc. I can tell you firsthand, our children need Branson's facilities and partnerships. We're here tonight in a position where Branson is literally asking us to be an asset to the community, opening up to us for more use. However, our town is currently not permitting it. It appears that the staff is proposing in the new Condition 11 to limit the use of Branson's athletic facilities by outside organizations to the same level of use and amount of events that organizations used in 1978. Does that make any sense? Is there a record of how much it was being used by Ross Rec or Ross Little League in 1978? Is 1978 really an appropriate baseline for use in 2022? Let me speak to the world of local sports for children since 2009, not even 1978. Title IX has moved us towards greater gender equity in sports, which has invited more girls to participate and more engagement from an earlier age. Since my oldest daughter began her sports journey in this community 8 years ago, the progression has been excitingly drastic. In 2016, I was recruiting any little girl that was willing to try to come out to lacrosse so we could piece together one whole team. This spring, 2022, we have 5 full girls teams in that same exact age group and 12 girls teams overall, with an overwhelming number of Ross children included in that group. Exciting times for sure. But we're in an unfortunate position as an organization to have to turn away many little girls in our program simply because we do not have field space to hold more teams or kids. We need more field space to continue to provide these opportunities to our community. We should want our kids to walk up the street to Branson for practice after school or on weekends. We should want our young children to be on the sidelines of Branson's high school events. And when Branson is not in session, we should want our children to continue to take advantage of this gorgeous space in our community. My last comment is to please consider keeping Branson playoff and championship games on campus, allowing us as families to walk up there and be part of their admirable experience, cheering on our hometown high school team at a competitive level. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Next is Kimberly Rachat.
Hi. First, thank you to the town council members. I sat through the whole meeting on the Branson topic last month, and it was pretty painful, and you were really generous to volunteer your time. My work schedule got a little bit busy, so I didn't get a chance to send a letter, but I wanted to share my thoughts. Because of all of the time and effort and work done by experts and the very thoughtful measures that the school proposes to address the town's concerns, I think that approving Branson's enrollment increase should not have to be difficult. And it seems like issues that are not exactly on point have come up, and extra requirements and restrictions are being added that are unnecessary and hurt the school and the students there. And it sounds like from the experts that what we are considering asking of Branson goes beyond what other communities require of schools. And Branson has always been very supportive of our community. When I was an officer with Ross Recreation Auxiliary 10 years ago, a couple of us conceived of the idea of creating the town winter tree lighting. And I remember contacting the fine arts chair at Branson about their a cappella group because I heard they were great and we wanted them to sing at the event. And they were more than happy to do so. And I believe they've participated in this event ever since. And when I was on the PTA and then PTO board at Ross School for 5 years, Branson again was very supportive of any and all of our requests. I feel like the schools in this community are the heartbeats of Ross, and I've been a Ross resident since 2006. And I feel so lucky to have both an exemplary primary school as well as a premier secondary school right here in our little town. They add a vibrancy to this town that we wouldn't have without them. And I feel like Branson has made a very reasonable business request and has been very thoughtful and thorough in addressing even off-point concerns. And experts have been hired and have been supportive of the enrollment increase. And it feels like the experts are being second guessed a little bit. I just feel like the town council is considering putting restrictions and requirements on Branson that are really unnecessary and that hurt the school and hurt the students there. And I would like to urge council members to trust the school based on a track record of many, many years. And the school has offered built-in verification, trust but verify. And please trust the experts, and please not be so extreme in our requests, like limiting championship games and causing the school to throw away money on even more traffic monitoring instead of spending that money to benefit students. And especially not having something so extreme as immediate enrollment rollback as a traffic penalty.
Wrap up your comments, please.
Oops.
You can
I just want to say, I don't want any penalties that ultimately hurt the students, and every dollar they have to spend is a takeaway from education. So I really would hope the restrictions can be reasonable that are put on this. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Next is Stephanie DeMarco.
Hi, actually, it's her husband using her computer. We live a half a block from Branson at the intersection of Fernhill and Glenwood. And this traffic issue is, as a speaker said at the last council meeting, a red herring. Branson is a good neighbor, a responsive neighbor, and the traffic is not an issue. Hard stop. They have managed it well, and we, like most of the neighbors here, appreciate having Branson next door. Even if you thought there was a traffic issue, in what world do people believe $50,000 and $100,000 fines for traffic violations for a school are appropriate? I mean, what's next? You know, $1 million for rolling a stop sign? It has just gotten out of control. These grossly excessive fines, restricting playoff games, rollback penalties, over-the-top monitoring, the crazy level of micromanaging. Well, anyone watching this right now has realized the council itself doesn't come close to understanding the depth, complexity, and impact on Branson's operation the monitoring and regulations they propose creates. And they expect Branson to comply. It's untenable. This, along with the council's bad faith, keep moving the goalposts negotiating is wrong. And I'm telling you, you should stop before people get so fed up, they lawyer up and engage the city in an expensive fight. People are afraid to come forward and speak before the council because they think, what if I need a variance? But this is what the community is saying, and not just a few people. Branson's a school, and a really good one. And the council has chosen not to focus on sustaining educational opportunity and excellence, but traffic that is already well managed and not a problem for a vast majority of the neighbors. We should be supporting education by allowing Branson to increase enrollment without the snarl of onerous restrictions that are multiplying almost exponentially right before our eyes. Then they can get on with solving problems, the kind that actually exist. I think that you need to roll this thing back and really take a hard look at where you've gotten and how you've gotten here, because it has really gotten out of control. As Teddy Williams said, it is just government run amok, and it really needs to stop. It is really disappointing. Thank you.
Thank you.
And next is Bob Dickinson. Go ahead, Bob.
Thank you, Linda. Bob Dickinson, 41 Glenwood Avenue. We're in full support of increasing Branson's enrollment as specified. I'd like to emphasize effective traffic management, lack of noise from Branson, the importance of financial sustainability, and offer a perspective. Effective traffic management. In 23 years, we've never encountered a traffic issue with Branson, and it's improved under Chris Mazzola's leadership. Having scrutinized the traffic management plan, if implemented, I believe traffic will dissipate. With annual traffic trip limits, the town does not need to insist upon daily traffic monitoring throughout the fall at an exorbitant cost to the school. Daily traffic monitoring was neither recommended by the town's transportation consultant nor required of any other Bay Area school. Lack of noise from Branson. Our property is one property removed from the Branson campus with 36 Glenwood in between. Weekend events, amplified sound, and other school events have not created a single noise problem for us in 23 years. Financial sustainability. Branson needs minimum sufficient scale to compete with other schools and offer robust programs. To stay competitive over the long term, Branson needs to grow. Immediate enrollment rollbacks for violations are impractical. Having served on a school board like some of you, operational and staffing changes require significant lead time. Speaking of financial sustainability, Branson is the largest employer in town and employs 10 Ross residents who support your tax base. A perspective. Now let me offer the same perspective I shared with 2 council members after the January meeting. See the big picture. Does the town benefit from having the best high school in the region? Does Branson bring a claim to the town? And does this application advance those considerations? Conversely, infringing upon Branson's ability to fulfill its mission and run its school is not within your purview. Stipulating that Branson may never hold playoffs or championship games on campus, for example, crosses that line. Why take that opportunity away from 81% of Branson students who are student athletes? Avoid hypotheticals. Branson needing new construction is a hypothetical. It's not part of the application. I'm confident that requests outside of this application would have to be brought before the town council. Another hypothetical is that you need several more meetings to make this decision. We don't know that and shouldn't accept that as a preordained certainty. Maintain an inclusive outlook. Branson provides a diverse and multicultural education. Derogatory and discriminatory comments made at the January meeting have no place in our town or anywhere else. Branson students and Ross citizens are listening and watching. The town benefits from having the best schools. It's in all of our interest that Branson thrive on a positive upward trajectory. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Next is Damon Kirby. Go ahead.
Good evening, council members. My name is Damon Kirby. I live in San Anselmo, but I've been associated with Branson for a long time. I have watched and closely monitored the goings on in independent schools for nearly 40 years, including a couple of years as the president of the California Association of Independent Schools. Every school has a conditional use permit, and many are the schools who have challenges with them. But in my experience, I have never heard such onerous, such draconian conditions put on a possible conditional use permit. These are either, seem to me as an outsider, either punitive or obstructionist. I can't tell which. But I really encourage you tonight to approve Branson's conditional use permit and to go back to the plan that Branson negotiated over months with the town of Ross. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Next is Eileen Sheldon.
Good evening. My name is Eileen Sheldon. I know many of you. I've lived in Ross for 13 years. I've been an active member of the community with 2 young children. I'll keep my comments short because I echo so many of the comments that have been stated earlier for the support of Branson. And I just want to include that every great partnership is rooted in collaboration and trust. I thank the work of Branson School and the Town Council and the tremendous amount of time and resource that has been dedicated to this application. I also want to publicly applaud Branson and Chris Mazzola's unfailing commitment to this process. And as Chris stated earlier, her intent to do the right thing by the town. When I reflect on the past few months of exchange and most recently, the newly proposed conditions by the town, I think the council is approaching this process not as a partnership, but as a transaction. This student body increase will only succeed if this process in outlook is treated like a true partnership. I hope the council will agree and find room to be supportive of the many ways in which the Branson School enhances our community and does not hinder it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Gia Fisher.
Hi, everyone. Sorry, I'm in the car right now. I'm currently on my way home from practice. Pretty sweaty, but good evening. My name is Gia Fisher. I live in Ross. I went to Ross School for 9 years, and I'm currently a senior at Branson. And I will be a Ross voter very soon. I've played sports all throughout high school, and I'm actually headed to UC Berkeley next year to play volleyball for the Bears. And I just learned that the town council is trying to make Branson never hold a playoff game or championship game at home. No playoff games at Branson ever. I completely honestly thought this must be a bad joke, or maybe you guys had all forgotten what it's like to go to high school, because forcing Branson to do this would be devastating for many reasons. Sports is a huge deal for the school, and not only is Branson strong in many sports, but it is super important for school spirit. There is truly nothing better than having a big game at home with all of your friends, teachers, classmates, and relatives all there. In addition, home field is a huge advantage in sports. We train and work hard all year to try and get home field advantage, so to not be able to host home playoff games is very unfair. In addition, Branson already uses COM as much as it can for big games. And don't worry, Branson is not adding any more teams with this expansion, so the number of games should not be an issue. Please think about if you had a kid at Branson. I really hope you reconsider this proposal. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Next is Marcia Small.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I'm getting a phone call as I'm trying to speak. My name is Marcia Schall, and I've been a property owner in Ross since 1995. I am on the board of RPOA, and at the RPOA meeting last night, Mayor Robbins stated to our board in her report to our group that the town council had twin goals of keeping Branson and Ross and having a net zero impact on traffic. While I sit on the RPOA board, I'm speaking to you as a Ross homeowner. Over the last 3 years, I have attended almost every council meeting when Branson has been on the agenda. I missed the January 13th meeting in person, but actually listened to some of it, some of the recording. To say I was dismayed to see and hear the way in which Chris Mazzola was grilled about Branson's traffic plan would be an understatement. Then to learn about the additional requests that were put to Branson just this past week is quite frankly incredulous. Tonight, you heard Chris Mazzola lay out very succinctly all the work, time, and then we learned about the money that Branson has undertaken thus far. So it seems a bit unfortunate that the staff members who were involved in working with Branson over the last 11 months, that some of them are no longer here. There seems to be a little bit of a lack of continuity around this particular application process. I understand there's new people, and I'm truly not trying to be critical. But I think that that was perhaps partly why Beach was saying, how did we get here? Now, I don't want to put words in Beach's mouth. So I'll ask, where did these requests, these draconian requests, everybody keeps using that word, it's a great word. Where did they come from? It's really perplexing. So Ross is a great community. It's an integral part of it, and it has been for years. It's educated hundreds of our children. My daughter went there. It was instrumental in having her become the adult she is, and I can trace it back to Branson without a doubt. As a real estate agent, there are families that have moved to Ross simply because of Branson. They have purchased multi-million-dollar homes, some on Fernhill or right around the corner. In fact, some of the most expensive real estate in Ross is located on Fernhill. The last sale was over $2,000 a square foot. I am currently attending a 4-day conference hosted by Sotheby's, which is my parent brokerage. Today, our discussion was about mindset, the benefits of operating from abundance, not scarcity, the benefits of creating a win-win environment where trust is high and drama is low. This is not a zero-sum game of Branson versus the town. I truly hope town council members can think positively and cooperatively and come up with a win-win. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Elena Vitala. You're muted.
Hi, my name is Elena Batalla. I'm on the board of the Ross Property Owners Association. I'm also the co-president of the Ross Auxiliary and on the board of the Ross School PTO. And I don't want to take too much time just because I think what others have said very eloquently, I agree with. But I'm also in favor of approving Branson's request for the betterment of the community. The traffic issue has received too much focus. And I believe that if we focus on the big picture and what is in the overall best interest for the Ross community, it is obvious that everybody will win. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Melissa Slan.
Hi there, thank you for your time. My name is Melissa Slayan, and I've lived in Ross for 20 years. I hadn't planned on speaking tonight, but I have to tell you that I'm really embarrassed, and I'm getting really emotional about it because I devote my extracurricular time to diversity, equity, inclusion. I sit on the committee of this at both the Ross School and at Branson. I feel very positive in terms of the work that we've been doing. And I want to ask you if you feel positive about the work that you've been doing, because I have gotten so many texts and calls from people, both students at Branson, students at Ross, people in the community, asking me what is going on in our town. I'm embarrassed. And I think you guys should be too. Anyone who is saying comments that makes it feel like we are not an inclusive town is wrong. I've never been embarrassed to live here, but I have to tell you that I'm embarrassed now. I'm not really sure what to say to these people except for to apologize. I also understand that you guys were voted in. right? So we, on the people that voted for you, it took that on and feeling that you guys represented our wishes. But knowing that the most of the town that voted, those that did, voted in favor of what Branson would like to do, it was positive. So what's happening here? I don't get it. I feel like this is a personal thing that some of you have against Branson. And I haven't heard one thing that makes sense, whether it's traffic or anything else. It's so unreasonable. And that's all I'm going to say. And I thank other people for coming forward and speaking their mind as well. And I'm questioning, if you guys feel that there's so many people against this, where are those people? On the last call, there might have been 2. That's it. And where are those people tonight? As I said, I feel really embarrassed and ashamed to live in this town, knowing that it's going in the direction that it's going. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Matthew Salter.
Hello again, town, city council members. I have so much respect for you guys. This is not an easy job. And I know that you all have the best intentions in your heart for this town and for this school. So I really just want to say that on the record for all of you. I was reflecting about what Beach was saying earlier, just about this process and how we got here. And to me, a lot of this is just, it's unfortunate because there's a lot of feelings and emotions now involved from the public, but it just sounds like this is a broken process that you guys have undertaken. And it could be the staff turnover, it could be, you know, just the length that it took this application to get to you. And I really appreciate Julie McMillan's comment that look, the council just got this last month for the first time. So I would encourage all of you in any sort of large scale negotiation on behalf of the town to appoint a subcommittee that has, you know, the council members on it, that's empowered to make decisions and negotiate with another party in good faith. This is the broken process because you were given this report and there's a lot to think about. And I really appreciate that you guys have come to the table with a lot of suggestions, but you can't come when the ball's at the 1 yard line with all these changes. And I think that's what you're hearing from Branson. You know, they negotiated with good faith, thinking that the town staff that you empowered to negotiate on behalf of the town. But then the council got the information and said, wait a minute, we don't like this. So I'm sorry, I think you have to live with the process you created. I don't think you can renegotiate at the 11th hour at the 1 yard line. And I think what you're hearing from the public is we don't support that either. We think that it looks like Branson is bent over backwards to really meet the conditions that are arduous and draconian, as people have said, and it's embarrassing. So, you know, you as a city council need to do a better job of managing your process so that you don't look this way to the public and that the party on the other side feels like they're negotiating in good faith with someone who can make a decision. So I really encourage you tonight to put this to bed, vote yes, it's clearly the town is with you, and move on and think through a better process of how to negotiate with other parties where we look like we know what we're doing. And I just think it's a really good time for reflection about how we put our best foot forward with all important stakeholders in this town, such as Branson. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mayor, I don't see any more raised hands. Here's the last call for public comment. Here we go. Bringing in Robert Kuzma.
Hello, it's Robert Kuzma. I'd like to commend the mayor, town's council, and the staff really for performing the due diligence to maintain the public trust. You've identified and you've offered mitigation strategies for potential adverse impacts of the proposed expansion. Ultimately, I feel like you can vote in favor of this tonight. I feel like you have done what can be done to, again, maintain the public trust. And I would like to echo what many have pointed out, that really this is about the students. It's about providing students with an opportunity to experience Branson, to benefit from Branson, and to, again, give back to the community. again, I want to thank you for your time. I know it's been a difficult process, and hopefully you can be rest assured that a decision to move forward with it tonight will be accepted by your community. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is Peter.
Thank you. I just wanted to briefly endorse all of the previous speakers really tonight in my support for the work at Branson on the increase in the enrollment up to 420. I think I have a background in transportation planning at both the graduate school and state and county level. And I found that the transportation planning reports and the mitigation measures supported by the town's transportation consultant and the applicant's transportation consultant to be very, very normal and substantive. I think there's no reason for extensive measurement times beyond 2 weeks. And the original proposals were perfectly fine. I think the council needs to focus on that the transportation consultant to the town concurred with the transportation consultant for the applicant. And I think creating additional barriers is not well warranted. I think that instituting immediate draconian restrictions on enrollment based on failures to meet certain standards is a non-starter and really kind of cumbersome, to say the least, and draconian in the main. I think that I'd like to emphasize that I've been living in a residence that's basically on campus, and I witnessed the traffic at the main gate of Branson and all along Fernhill and Hilgert and Shady Lane and Norwood. And over the past 16 years, there's been very strong attempts by the school to manage the traffic, and it has been successful. And you've heard it from many of my neighbors here tonight. It's not been an issue to date, and I don't expect it will be in the future. The thought I'd like to conclude with is that through the past 16 years and 4 heads of school, one thing has been consistent throughout, and that is the school's genuine efforts to be a consistently good neighbor. There's no one who's headed up the school or worked at the school who's tried to game the system or sneak in more students. It's basically been a copacetic effort to try and have traffic not be an issue, have driving not be an issue, and be a good neighbor. Nothing can be emphasized more than the fact that, as many speakers tonight have said, that this is a school. It's not a coal factory. It's not anything that's objectionable. It's a school, and the school wants to be a good neighbor so that there's no problems created. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next is Blair Shane.
Hi, I'm Blair Shane, and I live at 66 Bridge Road. I just wanted to thank Chris for her leadership. The staff of the town who's worked tirelessly, the experts who have been hired and really put forward their best faced efforts, and council members who we must remember are public servants who have day jobs. Unfortunately, perception is reality, and this has gone south unnecessarily. We do not want to be Woodside. If you've been watching the news, we do not want that for Ross. This is a school. You are intelligent, reasonable public servants. You are not elitist or protectionist, yet the egregious, random, and somewhat late in the game changes make the town appear that way. So just enough is enough. I think you all know that, and I think you all really do want to move forward. As everyone said, Branson is a school. The kids deserve more. The teachers deserve more. So let's go back and see the forest through the trees. The town voted yes. Why? Because it's fair. The school is a jewel. It's a community magnet, and all the conditions put in place protect the town. There have been 11 months of good faith progress with the town. The costs are extreme. I bet it's $100,000+ with the town, as we heard today. Plus, I know Branson paying experts, plus the dollars that are going to be needed to make sure that this is followed through with. So let's just stop moving the goalposts. We're better than this. Let's rely on the staff you hired,
Oh.
the experts you approved, and Branson's generous efforts. Let's be reasonable and agree to the original January 13th proposal. Please don't penalize the kids or the underpaid teachers with unreasonable demands. I just want to say, you guys have the power to do the right thing.
Can you wrap up in just a minute? Your time is up.
Yep, I just wanted to say, you all have the power to do the right thing for the school and the town and move forward and have this all be behind us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Will Bellini.
Hi, everyone. My name is Will Bellini, and I'm currently a senior at Branson. As I stated in the last meeting in January, I care about Branson's future and Ross. Thank you to the council members and the mayor for putting so much thought into this decision. Since the last meeting in January, I've had some time to reflect, and I would like to say that I've heard your concerns with transportation and traffic coming from or relating to Branson. And as I have heard you, I would like to tell you what I've done specifically since our last meeting in January based off of your concerns. I've continued to drive a carpool every day to school to reduce the amount of cars that travel near campus and the amount of carbon I'm putting into the earth. I always drive carefully and I never turn left by St. Anselm's in the morning. I am also not an outlier. My peers and I are extremely thoughtful to your concerns. And with the proposed transportation plan, I'm confident that increasing enrollment will not affect traffic in Ross. For the remainder of the time that I have, I would like to emphasize what Branson Education provides for its students. Branson's education travels way beyond the classroom and accelerated academics. Branson empowers its students to hold themselves accountable and always break beyond the surface, to think differently and to encourage new ideas. Branson teaches us that my age is not a barrier to the impact that I want to create. And Branson provides me with the tools that I'm able to have these conversations and ask questions such that these conversations are productive. Each year, Branson sends 80 extremely competent and inspirational individuals into the world who want to create a positive impact. And I hope that we'll gain your support and that you allow for 100 more students to receive the same empowering and truly unmatched education that I have received at Branson. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Andrew Biggs.
Thanks. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks to everyone for being here tonight for this special meeting. Although we've only been here for about 8 years, we love the town of Ross. It's a very special place. It's a real community. We feel lucky to live here. We love our neighbors, and so does Branson. We sit at the crossroads of this issue. We have a daughter at Branson. We've had kids at the Ross School since 2014. And we live on Fern Hill Avenue, so we're firsthand witnesses to the facts on the ground and the thoughtful effort that Branson has put into its plans. I guess tonight I'd like to make 3 points that I think are relevant to the discussion. I guess first, since the biggest issue appears to be around traffic, I'd just like to talk about our own experience on Fern Hill. Simply put, traffic is not an issue. Fern Hill is our touch football field. It's the on-ramp to the daily scooter ride to the 5th grade. It's a safe place to walk with our puppy. My lovely wife, Genevieve, has been working from home for 2 years and has had a real-time view of Fern Hill 60 hours a week, and it's pretty darn quiet. I'd be surprised if there's a school in the country that does a better job to create a safe and quiet environment so close to it. Second, I spent over 6 hours listening to the last town council meeting. Looks like we're going to come in quite ahead of that, which is nice tonight. It felt a little like a marathon, and a marathon requires long preparation and endurance, but ultimately there's a finish line. I remember several years ago, in 2019, I think, when my daughter was a Branson student in charge of promoting Measure F in Ross, which I thought was a wonderful experience in frontline communication with our neighbors. I thought our last meeting would be the logical finish line, but it seems that the finish line continues to get pushed out. I'd urge the council not to force another marathon and respect the preparation and the goodwill that's been demonstrated. Finally, I think it's important to listen to the will of the people, whether it's looking at the results of Measure F, the written comments, or the meeting participants so far. The will of the town appears to be overwhelming. That's all I have to say. I want to thank everybody for allowing my comments tonight and for your contributions, and I hope everybody has a great night.
Thank you.
Are there any more speakers? Now is the time to raise your hand. Charlie Goodman, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. Thank you, council members, for all the time that you have put forth in this. I know it's a very difficult situation, and we've certainly heard from a lot of Branson parents and members of the community. I would just like to say one thing. Having served on the council, I know how difficult it is, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but when we hear that this is punitive and constrictive, the $100,000 fee is not something that the town wants to collect. We don't want to go through meetings and having a dispute over that. It's really put in place so that Branson School knows that if there's a problem, that they're going to have to pay $100,000. Well, having said that, I mean, Branson should be very concerned and want to follow the rules. And so that's just my point. Let's have it there and make sure that they follow the rules, and then we won't have to address this issue in the future. The other thing is, we should go back and talk. Branson is a good fit right now. The faculty is great. We have all of these things in place, but we have to go back in a time, back in 78 and through the years, there have been times that they haven't been. And I think the council, this is their time to get whatever things in place that we have the tools to handle it that we didn't have from 1978 until the current time. So I appreciate all the time that you're putting into this. I know it's a very difficult issue, and I just wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you.
And next is Ken.
Hi, Ken Feynman. I'm nearly a 30-year Ross resident. I was also a former president of the school board, so I'm familiar with the back and forth that we had with the town council. So first of all, I voted yes on Measure F, and I fully support a Branson expansion. Having both Ross School and Branson in our town is a luxury that few towns have. I also love living in this quiet, tree-lined hamlet. I support giving Branson the most important thing they covet, a full increase to 420 students over 4 years. However, I also support requiring monitoring on a more regular basis, not just a few weeks per year, and not just for a limited number of years. Certainly, more monitoring provides a fairer representation of actual traffic conditions, as it eliminates both intentional manipulation, which I'm not suggesting would happen, but it does eliminate that. And it also eliminates inevitable data anomalies due to things like weather conditions, school events, illness. As we've heard this evening, there are a number of automated technologies that can provide this data in near real time. And the additional financial burden for lengthening the monitoring timeframe will be marginal, particularly when compared with the additional revenue from 100 new students per year. It's important that the traffic information should not be used as a gotcha. All information should be shared with Branson in as close to real time as possible, so that Branson has as much time as possible to correct and address any issues. The traffic information should be used to create a win-win. That is, it should help Branson maintain its soon-to-be 420 students, as well as help the town maintain the traffic net neutrality it has been promised. Finally, if Branson is out of compliance after a fair and reasonable cure period, then the penalties should address traffic net neutrality, that is reduced enrollment, as opposed to being financial in nature. If traffic has been steady for 24 years, as claimed in at least one Measure F mailer, and if, as Branson promises, traffic net neutrality can be maintained, and if the town is fully transparent with the monitoring of results and allows Branson sufficient time to address any issues, why wouldn't Branson give a full-throated endorsement of having more traffic monitoring information available for all to see, particularly if the town is allowing 100% of Branson's enrollment request? Town council, as others said, I appreciate what you're doing. I know this is an arduous decision. I remind you that your decision will affect the town for the next 40 years. And as we have seen this evening, even with the best of intentions, there are many nuances and complexities that will need to be addressed to ensure that this monitoring has the intended effects, while at the same time avoids unintended consequences. I encourage you to take a long-term view in making this important decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Robert Herbst. Go ahead, Robert.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry about that. Thanks again for tonight and all the time you guys are spending on it. It's very important. Obviously, you see that from all the participants and all the letters and everything that you guys have received. I wanted to kind of go through some numbers that we've heard about tonight. The first is 420. That is still a small school by private school standards. They'll still be one of the smallest schools compared to their peer schools. So adding this 100 is absolutely essential just to get them to be competitive with their peer schools. By comparison, Ross School has 387 kids. So it's in the same ballpark as Ross School. As a few of the parents told you tonight, the traffic outside Ross School is not even comparable to Branson. There's so many parent drop-offs. Branson does such a better job. You've heard that from the neighbors. As you know, Branson School doesn't have any traffic demand management plan. Another number I'd like to repeat is the 10 months that Branson spent working collaboratively with your staff, who did a great job. The town spent a lot of money on this. Branson's money, by the way, $133,000, and that doesn't include what Branson's had to pay for their traffic consultants and their attorney and their experts. You put that into scholarships. That's 3 scholarships that effectively you've taken away through this long process. The next number, 56%. That's the will of your voters for this expansion. Tonight, you've had 20 speakers, 21 including myself, and 20 out of 21 have been 100% positive, even though the one, Charlie Goodman, I wouldn't call his comments negative. At the end of the day, what these numbers say is your constituents have spoken, Branson's neighbors have spoken, your own staff and consultants have spoken, and I would just really encourage you to respect those voices, because those are the people that you're supposed to represent. So please adopt staff's January 13 recommendations. They were very well thought out over a long time period. They're restrictive on the school. They're consistent with other schools throughout the Bay Area. And it's a good plan, and the town will be happy with it, and Branson will too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Ryan Murr. Go ahead, Ryan.
Hello, thanks for taking the time. I submitted a letter as well, so I'll be brief and just echo the comments that were made earlier. One thing to note here is, what is the framework for the council's decision? And I thought that was nicely addressed in the Riley Hurd memo that Branson had submitted. The point there being that what the council is looking at in terms of imposing additional restrictions relating to Branson's proposal need to be reasonably related to the proposed change in the conditional use permit and need to be essentially the least restrictive means available. It's not clear to me that there's, in fact, data in the record to support some of the changes that are proposed. So first of all, I would take issue with the comment made earlier that this is an opportunity to renegotiate the 1978 conditional use permit. It's not. It's responding specifically to the proposal to increase by 100 students and then the potential impact of that. The proposed change in sporting events post-season on campus, again, there's no data relating to how many people go or what the impact is on the community. And so again, that should be tied to the increase of the 100 students and what the resulting impact is. So that struck me as not having any reasonable relationship. Likewise, with respect to the monitoring, the 2 experts had agreed that the standard is the random sampling as opposed to continuous monitoring. Again, there's no data to suggest that that proposed approach is incorrect or inadequate. And to Councilmember Kuhl's point about taking into account not only the benefit to the town, but the cost to the other constituents, I think that's a highly relevant consideration and something that needs to be part of the overall balancing that we're trying to achieve. I would ask the question why, as it relates to Branson's current presence on campus, where you seem so focused on where things were in 1978. I think the question is, how does Branson's current use look different in 5 years' time? And I think that's borne out as well by the fact that most of the neighbors in the community around the school weren't there in 1978, rather they're more recent arrivals. And then finally, I would take something back that I had made a passing comment in my letter. I made a reference to NIMBYism, and having heard all of the comments tonight, I actually would think there's no NIMBYism here. As just noted, now 21 of 22 are in fact in favor. So whatever the opposite of NIMBYism is what you're witnessing tonight, and I find that heartwarming. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any more comments? Now is the time. Bringing in Sina Sheku. Go ahead, Sina.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Council. Just want to thank you again for taking the time to hear the issue from the town. And obviously, you're hearing a lot of really pointed concerns with the approach here. I just want to, everything's been said really great. I actually really appreciate what Ryan just said. I want to just echo one more sentiment to Bob Herb's comment and Ryan's comment, which is, I think the good faith comment goes into play when you look at Branson. They're not a corporation, they're a school, they're not competitive. And if they're going to stay in this community, we have to partner with them to make that possible. And the fact that they've had to spend so many resources to get to where they're at right now, and there's really no framework to this decision, has continued to give them no confidence that there'll ever be any end to this negotiation. And I would implore you to reconsider, maybe continuing this process any longer, because the voice of your community has overwhelmingly said that they want to support this. They're here tonight, they voted for the measure, and we continue to want to work with this school. So I'd implore you to kind of consider on the other fact that this is a school and that they're trying to work with us. I've talked to Chris and her team. They're very supportive of the community and they want to do what's right here. I think the traffic issue, again, just to reiterate, is really overblown. And more importantly, you always have the option to bring this back to council again if it becomes an issue. So I think, like many other decisions that happen in life, it's like you can overanalyze something to death and maybe never get to a conclusion. I would really encourage you just to kind of move this forward now and try to, I know it's in your best interest and it's something you guys want to keep them here. So let's make it happen and try to at least move this process forward, which it hasn't now for almost a year. Thank you again for your time and for letting me speak.
Thank you.
Next is Craig Slayan. Go ahead, Craig.
Thank you again for giving everyone the opportunity to speak about this issue. I know we're getting close to the end of public comments, I imagine, but I just want to just remind you guys who's the applicant here. This is not Walmart. This is a private school that has educated hundreds and hundreds of kids, making a humongous impact, not only in Marin and in California, but around the globe. The school's graduated, diplomats who are in the highest level of the State Department today, Olympians who were representing the United States in skiing and most recently in mountain biking, and to average just doctors and public servants and I just think it's just important to remember that this is a school, and I'm just kind of questioning why we wouldn't want to give more kids in Marin County and in the surrounding Bay Area the opportunity to have a Branson education. And why are we limiting this to 100 kids? Because as we limit this to 100 kids, we're just limiting this fabulous education to other kids. And I think what struck me the most was just even this week, a Branson alumni was named to be the principal at the new R.T. Williams, or at R.T. Williams High School. And to me, that's better than the Olympians who have graduated. Somebody really coming back to Marin and making an impact on, hundreds and hundreds of kids who are going to be going through R.T. Williams. And I just want to you guys, I'm hoping you just realize who is the applicant and what is their purpose and what is their mission. And I really hope that you guys can trust this school like the town has done for the last 100 years, and give them the opportunity to continue to thrive and continue to educate the youth of Marin County and of the North Bay. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any more comments for, now is the time. Going once, going twice. Okay, Mayor, back to you.
Thank you. Let's take a short break, 5 minutes, and then the council will deliberate. So my phone says it is 7:42. So at 7:47, we'll start again. Beginning the council deliberations on the applicant's proposal. I suggest we go through the conditions and see what we all think about them. Let's start with number 11, use of the field, and 12. 12 was outside organizations using the field. You know, has been this widely held belief that that the current condition number 11 was limited Branson's use of its athletic facilities to the 1978 level, which was probably the genesis of the proposal that big events be the playoffs be restricted, and that was also a traffic concern. But as we've all read, the environmental impact report from 1978 and the condition, the 1978 condition, there obviously was an interest in not increasing the use of Branson's athletic facilities, but the wording didn't say that Branson itself couldn't increase its use. They may not have anticipated MCAL, but there really isn't, a real. I don't see that there are any restrictions on the use of their field, and so I think that for field use, this would be number 11. We might consider what Branson proposed in their proposal on January 25. It's table 1 of the documents that we have, and basically use of the outdoor athletic field facilities by Branson for regular scheduled practice in teams and certain hours of use, and indoor gym facilities for Branson regular scheduled practice in teams, and then hours of use. And then there was a comment that they would make a good faith effort to obtain calm for playoffs that could help with traffic. Some playoffs, I think, don't need that. For example, Chris Mazzola had mentioned the soccer playoffs last week, and that's absolutely true. The traffic was managed quite well by Branson, and there wasn't a traffic issue. So I would suggest for 11, we back off on the no playoffs and kind of go back to Branson's proposal from January 25, and then going to condition 12, use by outside groups. The staff is recommending that it just be on a town manager or staff decision when outdoor groups can use the athletic facilities. I think that's fine. That may be the simplest way. That's pretty much what it used to be in 1978, though I think we might want to add a sentence that, when possible, use by local youth athletic organizations is allowed, because we do want our local kids, Ross Rec and the local soccer groups, to use the fields when it's feasible. That doesn't add dramatically to the traffic. So those are my thoughts about 11 and 12. What do others think? Councilmember Kircher.
Yes, I agree with everything you just said. I think that's the right way to go.
Councilmember McMillan. You're muted, Julie.
I agree with what you just said.
Okay. Councilmember Breckus or Cool?
I have a question. So you're saying for condition number 11, go to the January 25th proposal.
Yes.
And it seemed like there was a difference on, okay, so they modified their provision from Monday through Friday. And then what about the additional staff provisions regarding vehicle trips? So that the third Roman numeral, and so the fourth Roman numeral would be out under that, but what about the third Roman numeral?
Wait, let me just get the, I was reading from the table and you must be reading from option 1 or 2, correct?
I'm looking at the table 1, condition number 11.
Yes.
And I'm looking at the additional staff options. And I'm asking about Roman numeral, I think Roman numeral 3 you addressed, but Roman numeral 2.
I don't know why I'm not seeing a Roman numeral on the, like this. I don't know if you can see that.
It's lowercase, Elizabeth. It's way down, lowercase.
You mean the comment, the notes at the bottom? Lowercase.
It says vehicle trips associated with the use of the Branson School athletic facilities by such outside.
Right there, got it. Okay, got it. Okay. But there's shall not be excluded. Yeah, so when I had those, apparently those trips are already included in the baseline of the counts that we're using as a baseline. So I think that's why that was put there. Are you thinking that's okay or not okay?
Well, I guess that would be a question. What is were the vehicle trips already counted? So then they're part of the baseline. And so that specific condition in additional staff options is not needed. That's my question.
No,
that language, excuse me, Mayor, that language was added just to provide clarity to the extent there was any question that those trips would not be counted. We added that language just to be clear that they are counted as part of any monitoring.
And is it ambiguous such that that condition should be stated so that we have it?
No, I don't think so. There's nothing in the TDMP that I've read that suggests that they're not to be counted.
It would be pretty hard to cut them out anyway, wouldn't it?
Correct. Correct, because you wouldn't be able to discern what one car is there for versus another. So
right.
I'm fine with that then.
Councilmember Cool.
And that's as to condition 11.
Yes.
Well, I'm generally opposed to us trying to get into all these details. I think it's a mistake. I think we should have accepted an overall traffic plan and worked with some of the necessities. But this is close to okay. I don't want to get involved in a detail like this.
Okay. And then for condition 12, are people okay with adding a sentence that makes it clear that, that local youth sports organizations are basically the groups that would be approved if Branson has room and, there's not an undue, not any trouble with that. Is that something we should add?
So are we proposing the language that staff put in or Branson's January 25th proposal?
I was thinking staff's February 8.
Okay.
Because that pretty much reflects the existing condition 12. So for simplicity and not to get into the weeds about it, just, push that forward, but then mention that that youth groups, youth sports groups, are the groups that would be, considered to use the field, space allowing.
Well, can I ask a clarifying question? So what you're saying is, let's go with, there was only one provision E that was a difference between the applicant's proposal on January 13th and the applicant's proposal on the 25th. And what you're saying is go with the applicant's proposal on January 25th, which includes E, and include also the additional staff option, which allows town manager approval. Is that correct?
I hadn't thought of that. Are you suggesting we can combine those two?
I think Councilmember Breckus is looking at, on table 2.
Yes.
He's looking at the provision on the far right.
Yes.
Which is applicant's proposals dated January 25th.
And that seems to merge what the applicant proposed before with what staff suggested. And then there's a new applicant proposal. And it merges that and says, by permission of town staff on a case by case basis.
Okay, so you're saying that's that's clear, and just stick with that applicant proposal dated January 25 for condition number 12.
That seems fine with me.
I think so too.
Yes.
Councilmember Kircher?
Yes, agree.
Okay, Councilmember McMillan?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, and Councilmember Cool?
If I understand it, we're going to end up with having our town manager charged with determining what entities, other than those previously enumerated, can use the field. I just think we shouldn't get involved in running the school. They know how to run their school. So it's not a big deal, but I think it's wrong.
I mean, it is what, the applicant proposed. I mean, that wasn't the applicant's first proposal, but it's.
Right. And I would note staff's, in the staff report, we noted that we weren't in favor of the highlighted or the bold language where the town staff would have to be the ones granting permission. The idea behind the condition 12 was just to put some real clear parameters on how they could use the facilities, and that way not have to involve town staff in those decisions.
Well,
So
and
we were not in favor in the bold language that they put in their January 25th proposal.
can I ask a question about that? I mean, it was an additional staff option presented on February 8, 2022, but then the staff report said, we could add that, but maybe it's not a great idea because it puts town staff in this position of getting involved in that. So if we take it out though, we still have the traffic count as the limitation, and it still is one of Branson's options. I mean, they could say, hey, let's not allow it because we're getting over our trip counts.
Right.
And then that's up to them because they just want to control the trip counts.
Correct.
So I'm okay with the proposal that they provided, including E. So including E, but taking out the bolding on January 25, 2022.
Yeah, I mean, a part of me likes to have some sort of oversight so that there's not like, summer or not summer, but, I guess this is not summer at all. This is only during the year. Is that right?
No, it is summer because
No,
it's not
No.
summer.
no, it restricts it to no use during the summer.
Yeah.
That's what E does.
Yeah.
Like, will we have Sundays that are, really busy, or is that not going to be a problem? If that's not going to be a problem, then I don't think we need the town to have offer permission on a case-by-case basis. I mean, that's really the day we're talking about here. I mean, it's basically, so Branson is saying they won't use their field on Sunday, but we're saying youth groups could use it. I mean, in a way, I'm not even sure that's quite right. I mean, what if the what if a Branson team wants to practice and we fill it up with youth groups? Though
Or
I guess
what
it
if a
would be
bunch of
Branson-
kids, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, I guess it would be Branson that would be agreeing to let these youth groups use it. Oh, no, but their condition says they can't use it.
Correct. They essentially they're parsing out use of the fields on Sunday, probably primarily so that they can be used by youth organizations.
Suppose it isn't an organization, it's just a bunch of kids that get out on that field and start playing a touch football game or something. Are we gonna send the police up to arrest them?
No, that happens all the time, Beach. We don't do that.
But it's not covered. It's illegal for them to play, as I read this.
It's just a use. It's not some authorized use by Branson. So people walking their dogs through and throwing the Frisbee is not something that has ever been restricted, nor is it prohibited.
I mean, I sort of like the way it's worded, even with the bold, but with the understanding the town should pretty much permit whatever Branson's okay with and whatever the traffic will bear, whatever the neighbors are fine with. I mean, I kind of like having a little bit of say there, but I could go either way. I think we're sort of down to the far right column, date January 25, 2022, either in its entirety or deleting by permission. I'd probably go with keeping in by permission of town staff, but I'm okay with whatever the majority wants to do.
Maybe instead of by permission of town staff on a case-by-case basis, we could just have them notify the town staff when they're going to consistently allow CYO basketball or, Grizzly lacrosse or whatever, just so that we are kind of kept in the loop as to how that field is being utilized on the weekends. It's not that we're giving authorization, we're just being informed.
So maybe just add, instead of the bold, just with notification to town staff, and just leave it at that.
Elizabeth or Bill or Beach, Councilmember Cool, what do you all think of that?
Well, I hate to be, but I have become the great objector to this whole process. We shouldn't be running a school, and we should trust them to handle matters appropriately. What good's it going to do us if they tell us that they're going to have some activity going on? What are we going to do? Pay some policemen overtime to go up there and watch? I mean, we shouldn't be trying to run a school.
Yeah, I don't think we're trying to run the school. I think we're just trying to be informed of what's going on in the neighborhood.
And I think all of these rules started to begin with simply because it's in 1978, it became a big school in a small neighborhood. And so all these rules were set, and we're, trying to adapt them. But, it was all sort of based on traffic. And so the use was sort of a synonym for traffic. That's kind of where this all started. And, but again, if these are our own kids using it, if it's Ross Rec, Ross, Ross Soccer, these are our kids. I mean, we'd like them to be either at Ross School or at Branson. I mean, that's ideal.
Well, we're not going to restrict the use to only Ross organizations, right?
I would say local
Ross Rec isn't serve only Ross, nor does CYO. I mean, these are outfits that are generally Ross Valley, but there's nobody, San Francisco kids can, join these groups.
I mean, I can say, I think it should be local youth organizations. I don't know if the word youth is there. I mean, local. I mean, I think it should be local. The whole, we don't intend for people to drive from far and wide to come to this field. We intend to be able to share it with kids in the area. So I might have.
Excuse me, go ahead.
That's it.
Okay. This is one of those areas where we're creating trouble for ourselves by trying to think about every possible situation that might occur in the future and cover it now. I can see this, what's a local organization? I have said this many times before, the government that governs least governs best. we're making a mistake trying to figure out everything that might happen in the future, because we're not going to succeed. Thank you.
Well, may
Right now, it sort of excludes, right now, the condition is that almost no one can use it. So I think that's why it's hard to figure out who should be allowed if we're not going to keep the old condition of no one being allowed to use it. I think that's why that, it's kind of hard to figure out what it should be. Councilmember Breckus.
Right now, the language doesn't say local. It says outside organizations. I would suggest.
What's that mean?
No,
Maybe-
it says shall be limited to youth-oriented, school-aged, i.e. 18 years of age and under, athletics organizations.
So my suggestion would be to leave it as that, whether it's by permission of town staff on a case-by-case basis. I'm not as married, but I'm fine with the applicant's proposal dated January 25th, 2022.
Let's just leave that and we're done with that one. I know that's what I would do. Just leave it the way it is.
And
can always-
we're keeping the bold language.
I would. I think town staff will be very generous. Councilmember McMillan?
Sorry, I don't see the word local in there. I'm sorry.
No,
It's
it's not
not.
in there.
Do we want to add it? I mean, you know what, if the town staff is doing case by case, I mean, town's likely to say, yes, Ross Rec, Ross Valley Soccer, Marin County, this, and I don't see, I think it's probably okay to not have local because that's obviously the intention.
Yeah, and I think Councilmember Cool's comment on that point is well taken.
Okay. All right. Let's move on. Okay, so then we're set with condition 12. Let's move on to table number
4.
Wait, hold on, what's 4?
Relating to the amplified sound.
Yes, so let's do 4. And I would probably just stick with where we were when we came into this, that there's the existing condition 12 is no temporary permanent grandstands or bleachers. Well, actually, sorry, I would I would stick with the condition number 12, the existing condition number 12, no temporary permanent grandstands or bleachers, amplifying equipment or outside lighting be constructed, maintained, or used in connection with any athletic events held on campus. And then the February 8 additional staff options. A, we can clarify that there can be amplified equipment for a certain number of events, and then we can decide what those hours should be. So basically, my suggestion is we continue the current prohibition on amplified sound for athletic events, but we clarify amplified sound for non-athletic events, and we decide, is it 10 events as is suggested here to 10 or 11 at night, or should we cut it, should it not be 10 or 11 at night? Councilmember Kircher.
Branson has indicated that with regard to the playoff games, that league rules may require that they be announced. And assuming I understand their point correctly, I would be okay with amplified sound for the playoff games, just because I think I wish Branson the best of luck in playoffs, they're not even guaranteed to happen every year. I mean, championship games, not playoff games. So I would be okay with it. I don't see it as a huge problem.
So you're saying for a North Coast section championship. I mean, that's what they said that it's required for.
Yeah, if it's, well, we could also say if it is required. I mean, there's some language in there about, in accordance with league rules.
Yes, they have.
Yeah. So anyway, if it's required, I would be okay with that, because otherwise you were saying, no, you can't do it. You can't hold that championship game at Branson.
That's true, though. Before 2015, there was like 15 years in MCAL where they must have had playoff games without the games being held at Branson with some provisions, and for decades in North Coast section without using that field. So I mean, I'm only concerned because some of the neighbors have said that loudspeakers at athletic events are really disruptive. They're sort of rev up the crowd. There's a lot of noise. It's very hard to kind of, get past that. And so it's something to, it's something to take into consideration. What do you think, Councilmember Breckus?
I think that's a more difficult issue is, number one, I can see, as Chris said, they don't have amplified sound at outside of events, non-sport ones, very often. I'm sure they have it at graduation and things like that. But sporting events are different. And I think the 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. amplified noise is unreasonable, and that shouldn't be allowed. I feel like, so that neighbors aren't having to police it, we should have some kind of reporting so that people know when these are occurring and they don't feel like they have to count and say, oh my gosh, we've had these many. I'm a little concerned about, I understand wanting to have a home game. Well, they're saying amplified sound at any games, right? Not just playoff games, any games. So that seems concerning to me.
No, they said a championship varsity football or championship varsity soccer is what they said. So, and I don't know if that means North Coast section or MCAL. I mean, I'm assuming it's both. That wasn't an original request with Branson's amendment to the use permit. This was added, recently when we started talking about how do we clarify the amplified sound. And then they added, oh, well, we'd like to have amplified sound for our games, but that hasn't been the case up until now.
Right. And it's not just championship games and varsity football. It's also, and any such game shall count toward the annual limit of 10. And I think that it would be ideal if we, it would be ideal if Branson posted on their website the 10 events that they're going to have it on or something so that people just know and they don't have to feel like they're policing it and we don't have to feel like we're policing it. But I'm a little ambivalent on the idea of the amplified sound of games just generally. But like I said, I'm sympathetic to the idea, but I think I think it'll be a change in use. And I think that, a bigger school with bigger games in a quiet neighborhood, it's a change and I'm not sure it's a good change.
Councilmember McMillan.
Yeah, I've heard from a lot of neighbors and we've received letters about the play-by-play announcements made during championship games. And, I totally understand the desire to want to play everything at Branson. And I think all the playoff games should be played there without any amplified sound. I think, to the extent they can get a waiver from NCS or MCAL or whoever's mandating the play-by-play announcements, they should and have it at Branson. But I think the play-by-play, blow-by-blow announcing of a championship game is pretty disruptive for the neighbors.
I mean, it isn't part of the, it's not existing now. I mean, if we keep it that way, and then it turns out that, Branson wants to come back and say, please, we would really love to have play-by-play. Can we do a trial of a game or two and then see how it goes or something? We could always reconsider that later. I mean, I think it's probably safer to keep things as they are now, that there's amplified sound for their outdoor events, which they have, but not change and add amplified sound for play-by-play sound. That would be my recommendation.
I'm curious why it seemed like staff came up with this option of going up to 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday and 11 p.m. Friday to Saturday, because it doesn't seem like that even came from the applicant.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like 6 or 7 o'clock makes better sense because I don't believe that they're events, I mean, the 5 events that they cited that they use amplified sound for are all school welcome barbecue, that's during the day. Convocation, I believe that's during the day. Branson's annual fundraiser, I think that's daytime. Alumni reunion weekend and graduation. And again, one of Branson's conditions is that they don't have outdoor lights. So that, it's not as though there would be a gathering at 10 o'clock at night that they need sound for. And I think that would be very disruptive to the neighborhood. I mean, I think maybe, I would say 6 or 7 p.m. for those events to end. Maybe 7 if it's, sort of the fall and it's still light. Councilmember Cool.
Sounds to me like what we're concerned about is that the announcing of football games, which is common. I mean, I've never been to a high school game where they didn't have a public address announcer. But anyway, we want to make sure everybody can sleep good on Friday afternoon and Saturday afternoon. We've got a town noise ordinance that if it isn't violating the noise ordinance, why should we put this restriction on this entity when we don't do it for others?
Well, we do it for them right now. That is already an existing restriction.
Well, I think it's a dumb one.
I mean, I already said what I thought. I would carry that through, have the outdoor, so carry through the restriction on loud amplified sound for sports, and then clarify that amplified sound is allowed for Branson events that aren't sports. And it can be, I mean, right now they have 5 events that they cited. I don't know, I'm not sure where the number 10 came from. If people want to make it 10, that's fine. I mean, it could be 7 or 8. I mean, because they only cited 5. So let's maybe knock this off one at a time. Is there a majority to say keep the prohibition on amplified sound for sports events? So Julie, yes. Me, yes. Bill, it sounds like you're a no. Beach, you're a no. And Elizabeth, you're
I'm a yes.
Okay, so for now that holds. It could be changed in the future, but that holds. And then to clarify the amplified sound for other events, do we feel that we should change the 10 and 11, which I think came out of the town's ordinance for the, like house parties? Should that be 7 o'clock at night? I'm just kind of making that up, but does that seem reasonable?
I would agree. There should be a limit. It shouldn't be 10 or 11 at night.
Does anyone else think 7 is reasonable? 7 o'clock for no for beach. Bill or Julie, this is, amplified sound for Branson events during the day. Should it end at 7 o'clock? Right now, there are no guidelines whatsoever on amplified events during the day.
Well, I would say 7 sounds reasonable. I'd like to hear what Branson has to say about that, though. I'd like their input at some point tonight.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the annual fundraiser is at night.
But isn't it inside?
Sorry?
It's inside, isn't it? So would that normally be limited?
Inside's not limited at all.
Right.
Okay, well, I don't know why they list it then.
Okay. All right, so then,
yeah, I think we initially listed that and without just making a distinction between what is, likely to be inside or outside. And so that's why there was the change that was presented at the last meeting where we X'd out the specific events and put in a number of 10. But again, it's meant to be targeted towards outside events, not indoor.
Right.
I'll just add, if I may, the information we have shows there's 2 outdoor evening events, the all school barbecue and the annual fundraiser, which Branson's information does show it being outside and amplified.
I see. Then that should stay. I mean, there weren't guidelines before, but if it was silent before, we don't want to add a new restriction now. So do we just forget the limits and just go back to like 9 or 10 o'clock? I mean, they shouldn't, if they use amplified sound for those 2 events now, they should certainly be continued to allow you to use amplified sound for those events.
Well, are those going past 7 o'clock?
Maybe once we get, maybe we could, maybe we could ask Branson, can we bring in someone from Branson to ask that specific question? Because if we get an answer to that, then we'll know if we should be putting an endpoint to the amplified music, to amplified sound for events. You know, we were sort of discussing 7, but I don't think we want to inhibit their fundraising and their, I forget what the other one was, but so who could come? Should it be?
Let me ask, I'll promote Chris Mazzola, and then if she
Okay.
needs to have somebody else, she could let us know. Is that okay?
Great, thank you.
Okay. So here's Chris.
Great, so Chris, we didn't want to limit, if you're already using amplified sound outdoors for events that go into the evening, we don't want to set a condition that limits what you're already doing. So for what were the 2 events that were in the evening, Meredith?
Well, I would say that the events that would be in the evening that we would host would be our annual fundraiser, our alumni event, and our annual barbecue. But those aren't, blasting sound through the valley. They are, if we're talking on a microphone.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
How late do those last?
Not late. I would say not past 10 p.m.
Not past 10 p.m.?
No, not past 10 p.m.
Well, I mean, we're not going to limit what's existing. That's like obvious. So should we just leave the 10 p.m.? What do you all think about that? I mean, because there's not going to be huge. I would just leave it at 10. What do you think, Councilmember Breckus?
I don't support leaving it at 10 for unlimited. If there's 3 events that go to 10 as is, I would be supportive of that. I would also ask Branson to either report it to the town so we could put it on our website or their website, just so that neighbors know and they don't feel like they have to police it. Because I did hear from a number of neighbors saying, we don't want to be in the situation of policing it. So ideally, knowing, hey, here's an event, gives people just that expectation.
So, but would that mean that the condition says that amplified sound for campus events, non-athletic events can go until 7 p.m. except for 7 events and 10 p.m. for 3 events? It's kind of a difficult condition, but I mean, I sort of see you don't want a green light for 10 o'clock for a lot of events. If sometime in the future there are tons of events at night, I think it'd be better if the neighborhood or the council approves that later. But I'm not sure how to make it so that we have a condition that works for what Branson is doing now, but doesn't read in such a way that it looks kind of crazy.
Can I
May I speak?
Yes, go ahead.
I think probably in the last 100 years, Branson has had less than 5 events that have gone past 10 p.m. with noise. That is my guess. I don't know for sure. I can only speak to the last 6 years. It's just not something we do. We don't have any of our dances here for kids. We don't have a lot of events at night. It's just like, I think the night event thing is not the biggest worry. We just don't have very many, other than the ones I've mentioned. And I can't speak for the future, like that could change for sure. But I don't think that night events have been a nuisance to the neighbors, or at least nothing that I've ever heard of or seen in the record with the
Okay.
town.
And Michael, what were you going to suggest?
I was just going to ask if those 3 events that were identified, are those primarily held on the weekend, like on a Saturday?
They're all weekend, yes.
They're all weekend, like Saturday, Sunday?
Yeah, Friday, Saturday, probably, yeah.
So who has a suggestion about what we should, we're going from no guidelines to on outdoor events to these suggested guidelines. It's almost easier if we leave it as no guidelines, but
I would suggest that we look at applicant's proposal dated January 25th, 2022.
Which table is that?
The
Table
table 4 and the last column. We strike B in its entirety. And then we modify provision A, which says for 10 outdoor special events per year, 7 of which may end at 7 p.m., 3 of which may end at 10 p.m., with the applicant posting those on their website or something.
And then
just be on the school calendar. It's not like you have to create a new page. It could just be something that at least lets neighbors look at it.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's no
and-
problem. I mean, we send out notices to neighbors
Yeah.
1 or 2 days in advance of any events happening on campus, whether it's a big game or a social event. So that's in process. I mean, that's been happening for several years.
Okay, so then, so you're proposing we work from the applicant proposal or additional staff option?
The
Yeah.
applicants.
Okay, and then, but then delete condition B that's in bold and underlined.
Yes, and just modify A to put 7 p.m. for 7 events and 3 events for 10 p.m.
Okay, fine. All right, thank you, Chris, that's helpful. Okay, let's see. All right, let me just work now from the proposals. Well, I think it's probably time to start on the enrollment and the traffic. Oh, I'm sorry.
Can I ask one quick question before we move forward? Is that okay?
Yeah, though we probably won't keep you as a panelist unless we need.
That's fine. You can.
No, but go ahead. What's your question?
I'm just curious, how is the amplified sound and the events, how is that related to the addition of 100 students?
I feel like we close this as a public item and, you know, we've discussed it and I don't feel like it's time to further engage.
Okay.
Mayor,
Okay.
do you want me to move Chris
think
back
it's
to
Put
the?
me off, that's fine.
I think it should be back to the council at this point, yes.
Okay, will do.
Councilmember McMillan.
Well, I was just gonna say perhaps Ben could briefly address that issue for Chris.
And I'll rely on Mike to provide the answer.
I think if we look at the applicant's, the applicant's proposal is for a use permit to increase the student enrollment by 100 and to implement a TDMP to keep and maintain traffic as net neutral. And Branson, as is their right, they purposely included the TDMP as part of their project application. And so the project application, to be clear, is a request for a use permit to increase enrollment and the TDMP. And the reasoning for doing so, and again, it's within our right, is so that they could pretty fairly squarely fall within the CEQA exemption of 15314 that we've already dispensed with. And so, the TDMP has been proposed by Branson. Again, it's with the idea of keeping traffic net neutral as a result to the increase of students. But the increase of 100 students doesn't necessarily limit its potential effect to traffic. And so the traffic, we are grappling with in the TDMP, and the, increased population, student population can and more likely will have an effect on the increased use of the athletic fields. And we've talked about that in relation to making sure that we have some clear and enforceable conditions that we just discussed about 11 and 12 for use of the athletic fields, not only by Branson, but by outside organizations. And then with respect to, the issue of sound and use of the facilities, again, you're going to have, an increase in number of students, likely, as we've seen over the past 40 years since 1978, if I got my years right, 42 years, there has been an increase in use. And so that is also going to result in, notwithstanding the fact that the existing condition 3 speaks to thou shalt not use amplified sound for athletic events. There's this desire, they're saying, hey, we have these athletic events, and our league rules require us to use amplified sound. And so it's really trying to, in some ways, to negate the impact of the increased enrollment and increased activity at the school, and its resulting impacts from traffic and noise and just from regular use on the local community. And so I think, there's the suggestion that there's no relation between increase in student population, potential increase in noise levels as a result of activities at the campus is misplaced. And I think the council is well within its right to, irrespective of the fact that Branson did not, they themselves seek to modify conditions 11, 12, and 13. I think this is an appropriate time for the council to look at those conditions, in particular because some of them, as I understand, have historically been issues of, there have been issues related to use of sound, amplifying equipment, as well as obviously the use of the athletic facilities. So I'm completely comfortable of the sort of tying the nexus and relationship between the application and addressing these conditions.
Thank you. Councilmember Breckus.
I think I had my hand up raised before.
Okay. So let's move on to traffic. One reason that we still have proposals on the table about traffic is because, frankly, both Branson and the town want net neutral traffic. Net neutral traffic, it was really, a key feature of Branson's campaign. But the traffic plan, as I see it, once 100 students are added, it really only requires that there be a single 7-day period of net neutral traffic every 2.5 years in order to keep that enrollment. If the traffic exceeds the cap before the 2.5-year mark, that is the cure, it's not cured, any overage isn't cured, then cash payments are made. And I personally think that's a problem because, residents were promised and residents voted for net neutral traffic. They didn't vote for cash payments for excess traffic. So I think that's why we're still talking about traffic, that, Branson put it on the table. They promised net neutral traffic, and it is hard to determine how do you monitor it and assure the community that that is indeed what is happening, because that is what people voted for. They voted for 100 students, they voted for an increase up to 100 students with the condition that traffic be net neutral. So right now we have, I guess we have 2 proposals going forward. We have the staff's new proposal, which suggests ongoing monitoring in the fall and perhaps also in the spring. And I presumably that would be a, a camera that just is, on most of the time and would have almost real-time feedback to Branson so that there wouldn't be, so that if they were over, they would know that they were over and they could make adjustments. And I suppose it could be set up so that the first several weeks don't count, so that they can get the data, see how their traffic is, make an adjustment, and then starting, I don't know, week 3 or something, then that'll be the monitoring that would count. Some sort of provision like that in the fall, maybe in the spring. That's one proposal. The other is the TDMP plan, but I think if you look really carefully at that, it really doesn't, it uses fines to penalize traffic overages, but it comes, to me, it falls far short of guaranteeing that you really have most of the time net neutral traffic. In the first 4 years, there's the 2-week test, 60-day cure, and then an announced 7-day retest. And if you don't pass the 7-day retest, you don't get the 25 students the next year, but it's an announced 7-day test. So, likely that will be a time that everyone will be very careful about traffic. The entire rest of the year, there's no penalty for traffic not being net neutral. So I think that the monitoring and enforcement, one, that there's not much monitoring, there's not much enforcement, and that the enforcement is cash payments and not working on the cause of the traffic, the enrollment increase. I don't know that that's as good a plan as it sort of looked when we first looked at it on paper. So I actually might be in favor of some variation of the council of the staff's new proposal, but with a provision that Branson gets the data all the time, so that monitoring is meant to be a way for them to fix their own traffic all the time, so that there never is an overage where there's an enrollment rollback. So there never is an overage where there's a fine. And I think that almost would work better and easier. It's simpler than the TDMP plan, because as Councilmember Kershaw was pointing out, the timing doesn't work that well. If you've got 2 weeks to test and then you don't have the data yet, then 60 days to cure once you get the data, but then the retest, the timing is not really clear that would even work. So those are my thoughts about it. And I'm kind of sorry it's even on the table, because, but that was part of the whole Measure F was net neutral traffic. So I feel like it's the town's responsibility to make sure that happens, because that is what people voted for. What do others think?
I'll go.
Okay.
I don't like fining Branson. I don't like fining a school. I don't think we're not in the business of fining. We've even kind of revised our construction periods to avoid fining people. I think it's better to have more monitoring earlier in the year and provide information to Branson almost instantly, so that they can pivot and make whatever adjustments they need to make. They and their consultant seem very confident that this traffic management plan will work. And we want it to work. We want them to succeed. We want the neighbors to be happy. And it seems like this is more immediate, rather than waiting and then having a cure and then paying a fine and then having another cure and another fine. And I mean, it ultimately ends up with pleading special circumstances. And I don't really want to put future councils in the position of having to go through a plea of special circumstances and having it become very political. It's just not constructive. So I like what has been proposed with some modifications in terms of starting a little later, ending earlier, providing data to Branson. I'm not sure we have to do the monitoring every single day. There's probably some samples that we can take rather than continuous monitoring to make it more cost effective for Branson. But those are my thoughts.
Councilmember Breckus.
I agree. We don't want to fine. We don't want Branson to not succeed. We don't want to hear from neighbors, and we don't want to put future councils in a difficult position. This has already been difficult enough, and a very thankless and difficult job with people calling us out, forgetting sometimes, I think, that we're community volunteers doing the best we can and trying to make it work for everybody. And so I want it to be super clear so that we don't have arguments later that this was ambiguous and what we were trying to do. As I understand it, you hire the company and the equipment and you're done. So I think sporadic sampling is not needed. I kind of like the longer term and giving Branson these real-time looks and letting them pivot and say, okay, we've got too many drop-offs, or carpooling is not robust enough, and giving them the opportunity to never have any penalties. Really, that's what we want. This is about parking and traffic. They've hired smart people. I think that we all, as a community, can make this work. I don't think it's brain surgery. So when we put consequences, it's like everything else, and it's about setting expectations. And it's about making it work for everybody. And it's about meeting, that Measure F's promise. So the buffer that is in this already is very generous. It allows them to exceed what they have said is their baseline count. And that to me makes me feel like even these occasional things are going to be able to hit this appropriate average. So because of the buffer and the fact that the data on traffic came from them, before we got to Measure F, I feel like it's a good sampling and should be used. And, I think it's appropriate what we have as the additional staff option. My only question is, what about the spring? And should we just have some measuring in the spring for a month? And, and maybe we just deal with it. I think if I understood our council, they're saying that, well, if they don't comply with the TDMP, then we're able to just raise it as a violation. So maybe we stick with the procedure that staff has proposed with respect to this condition 1 in 18 for the spring, the fall monitoring, shortened time frame. That was recommended later to us, and make sure they're getting it in real time. I do think that, just like when someone wants to cut down a tree, we don't take their arborist report, we use our own arborist. I think it would be better for it to be our consultant that provides the report to us, but provides the data to them in real time. That would be my preference. I would even say do a monitoring for a 30-day time in the spring. It gives them information. It gives us information. If it does rise to the level of a violation, we can address. But again, nobody wants the violation. The neighbors don't want it. Branson doesn't want it. The town doesn't want it. Future councils don't want it. So I just want it to be clear. And I think that that's the better procedure.
For the spring, maybe, you said, what did you say, a month? Maybe 2 months is better, because I think we'd want to throw out the first 2 weeks, let them, let Branson get the data and see where they are. And it doesn't really count until week 3 through week 6. Once they, can sort of, I know by then they should have traffic under, in order, but it's meant more to help them get net neutral traffic than to penalize them. So that if we have a longer period, then we say we have 8 weeks, then we say the first 2 weeks don't count, and they get the data from that, and then they make adjustments, so that in both monitoring periods, there's sort of a grace period at the beginning, 1 to get the data and 2 to make adjustments. I mean, maybe we work with the council. I guess, you know, in the staff report on page 6, this 3B mentions that, you know, that there could be that the overall scope of services, let's see, the final decision to the selected consultant, scope, monitoring methodology shall rest exclusively with the town. We could leave some of this to the consultant with the town. If, you know, if we have a general understanding that we would be doing ongoing real-time monitoring or to get real-time results, and that Branson gets the results, and then, you know, and that the first, say, 2 weeks don't count, so that they can make their adjustments before we actually start counting. I don't know, does that sound like a reasonable way of doing it? And then as Michael had said, if there are overages, the fall, for the first year, the fall count would affect the next year's enrollment, but from thereafter, spring plus fall, you don't get dinged twice. You sort of combine the two, and whatever overage or underage, you know, if they're combined, if the spring and fall are combined are over, then that would be an enrollment reduction. And hopefully that wouldn't happen, because they'll see all of the data and can make adjustments.
I'm willing to do anything in that variation that you're describing. You know, something, as long as we can put it to pen very quickly after this discussion in some sensical way, I would be fine with.
Okay, Councilmember Kircher.
I really have doubts as to whether that's workable, what we've been discussing. And I'm also uncomfortable with the automatic rollbacks. I think that this is there's going to be an adjustment period, and perhaps even some trial and error that's going to take some time to work out. And so I'm not comfortable with the alternative approach. I am concerned about the existing proposal pursuant to the TDMP, where you have this cure period and then a week to monitor whether that cure has been successful. I can see how the school really doubling down and putting everybody on, red alert. We've got to pass this, can perhaps get some better results than we had during the earlier monitoring period. But I mean, we can work on this forever. I don't think we're going to come up with a perfect plan. And so anyway, that's where I am.
So, I mean, is there a modification of the ongoing monitoring that Elizabeth and Julie and I seem to support, that you think would make that more feasible? Like, would it be more weeks at the beginning that don't count, so that Branson has more time to see how they're doing and to make adjustments? I mean, would that make a difference? Or something else that, some other change to that process that, that you think would work better for Branson?
Well, not from what I've heard so far. And I think the longer period, if I understood the prior views that were expressed by the consultants, that this is not usual, and it's not necessarily something that would work all that well. I wish I could be more specific. I'm not an expert. I'm not a consultant. I don't really understand the process they follow, but I think there are enough concerns about whether this would work and how reliable and usable the data would be. I know the thought is, well, we're providing guidance to Branson, but I'm a little skeptical as to how useful or helpful that would be, and whether they could meaningfully during that period make a correction that would not result in a rollback anyway, pursuant to the formula. That's why I question whether it's really going to be a workable solution in the long run.
What if we start and maybe had the fall, suppose this starts in the fall and it's sort of a trial of this ongoing system that we say, we'll do 6 weeks and we don't make any rollbacks on that first one so that it really is a trial and we see how does it work. And if it's really not working at all for some reason, we change our spring plans, but maybe not have any consequences for the fall, have real-time monitoring, but don't implement any consequences for the fall. Then we have the springtime and we've gotten a lot of data and a lot of information. We've seen how it's working. And if it's really not working, we don't go forward. But if it seems like we can keep making it work, then we can, and we haven't, and there aren't any consequences, negative consequences to Branson by trying it out. It's actually just giving them real-time data for the first fall of their student increase. Councilmember Breckus.
I mean, I guess that's a possibility is the first year we give them a pass, but then the only negative is they haven't complied and now they have 50 students. And so that's a concern. And I would also just point out the environmental review would be required of this application if traffic is going to increase. The only reason that they are exempt from environmental review is because their proposal is we will not increase traffic. But for that, this is CEQA triggered. And so I just feel like we're skirting environmental law if we don't require them to comply with what they're saying is their application, what they told everybody with this measure. So again, I mean, it shouldn't be controversial. Their plan was to fine themselves. We're saying, well, we don't really want the monetary fine. We just don't want the increased traffic. Of course, nobody wants a rollback of existing students who are there. That would be ridiculous and crazy. And that's not what we want. But, continuing to increase, continuing to sustain that enrollment, it's totally within their rights. I mean, if they're willing to find themselves $50,000 for $50,000, they can find a parking lot off site and rent it and create a new parking plan. So I don't feel like this is a penalty. And I think it's one that they can manage and they're going to have a full-time person dedicated to it. And I think, again, their proposals have been, I like a lot of their proposals and I think they're going to work well, but they're going to have to stay on top of it. And I think we should require that.
So then you would be so a fall and a spring monitoring 6 to 8 weeks each time, with the first 2 to 3 weeks don't count. Is that kind of the rough outline of where we could agree?
I mean, yeah, we had an amendment from staff saying instead of August through mid-October, there was a more limited period. So that if that's the recommendation, then do that. And then if it is a fall measuring of 30 to 60 days, I think we had our traffic consultant say, or maybe it was Mike was, I'm not sure, maybe that was your idea. You said we could launch that into some time frame, or maybe we just give the spring to give them that information. And again, their traffic proposal is they're going to comply. So if they're completely out of whack in the spring, we just have the fact that it's a violation, and that gives us numerous tools under our code, including nuisance, I assume.
But I don't think I quite understood. So are you saying the fall one should count or not at all?
I think count. I think all of the traffic ones can count, and whether we give them a pass for the first month, for the first year, I'm a little lukewarm to that because of the fact that I want them to right off the bat meet their application, which says we can do this, we've got this.
Okay. Councilmember McMillan. You're muted.
Sorry. It seems like it's really late, but it's not even 9. I was sitting here thinking, Elizabeth Robbins, Mayor Robbins, when you proposed the transition, that might be workable, but it seems like it would create a whole new hurdle of negotiations and questions. And if it wasn't working, then we kind of be right back where we are, which we don't want to be. I think if we have, maybe the first 2 weeks of the fall when the monitoring happens, there's like a 2-week grace period. So, and that information is provided to them and they can tweak and figure it out and pivot. And then the data is provided to them, as continuously as it possibly can. Our motivation is not to have a gotcha moment and make them be in the hot seat. Our motivation is to help them succeed. So I think what the staff has proposed in the latest round, ensuring that there's a grace period, ensuring that they get the data as soon as possible, not making it 4 months, but making it more September to late October, something like that. That seems doable. And then a limited period in the spring too as a check-in. I think that would also be good for CEQA, as well as ensuring, this is not just about Branson. We want Branson to succeed, but this school is in a very rural residential neighborhood with narrow roads. It's not like this is Marin Academy or Ross School, or, we need to pay attention to what's going on, not just with Branson, but also the neighbors. And I feel like it's our fiduciary obligation we want Branson to succeed, but we want the neighbors to be happy too. And I feel like I'm kind of negotiating a case here, the evidence of a good settlement is both parties are kind of unhappy. No one is going to be 100% happy. There's compromise along the way. So that's where I kind of end up.
So I think, I don't know that, so clearly 3 of us agree with the staff's proposal with some edits. I don't know that Bill or Beach, either of you, concur, but if that's the majority, does that give you enough direction, Michael, to draft up something?
Yeah, I have a lot of notes here.
Okay. Are there any other conditions that we need to discuss? Or any other points that, I guess one was, how long should the monitoring continue? So W-Trans in their peer review of 9/16 said something different from what's in the TDMP. They said, let's see, where is it? The monitoring plan should be updated to include annual monitoring for the first 10 years and every other year thereafter. The TDMP says after 10 years, the school goes to the council. Do we want to have as our intention what W-Trans has suggested?
I'm not certain I'm clear what you're referring to related to W-Trans. I know the TDMP essentially provides that, the monitoring continues, but at year 10, Branson can seek council approval to discontinue the monitoring, which regardless of whether that's in the TDMP or not, applicants can always petition the council to modify conditions. So
right, but I wonder
but I know in our language in the conditions of approval, we've indicated that the TDMP is to be implemented throughout essentially the life of the project.
No, I understand that. It just, it sometimes helps for people to know what is the intention. And W-Trans, this is the peer review dated September 16, 2021. And they had, a list of 5 things that they were suggesting. And one of them, as I just read, said annual monitoring for the first 10 years and every other year thereafter. And so that differs a little. I mean, of course, the school could come back anytime, but the TDMP pretty much says after 10 years, it could end, whereas this recommendation is that it keeps going every other year, indefinitely. And so I'm wondering, is that should that be part of one of our documents, because that's the recommendation of our peer review people?
Well, I think we were really at that, now that this is coming back to me a little bit better. I think we were really just sort of exchanging proposals on because I believe initially the TDMP said they're going to stop monitoring after year 10. And staff said, no, this needs to go on. And so I think there were different proposals at that time. And maybe that is what you're seeing in W-Trans memo back in September. Brian, you're with us. If you want to jump in here, if my memory is correct, I can't.
Yeah, no, happy to lend some clarity here. So the intent behind our recommendation was that, generally speaking, when you have TDM plans, whether it's for a school or for another private use, it doesn't really matter. Once you have a track record, having demonstrated that your program works, to a certain degree, after which point, generally you either eliminate the monitoring altogether, which we generally are not totally in favor of, simply because monitoring doesn't seem to be at that high a cost, particularly if you instead switch it to like an every other year monitoring. You can set a sunset date on it. I mean, that is done. You could, if you wanted to, you could say every year for the first 10 years and every other year for the next 10 years, and then you can sunset it after that. But in the grand scheme of things, doing the monitoring every other year is relatively low cost in the grand scheme of things.
I would also add the notion of monitoring every other year really doesn't work in concert with the proposal that we have here, because the end result, if there's a violation, relates to enrollment. And if you're doing it every other year, then you're, I guess, well, then you're just affecting enrollment every other year.
Yeah.
Potentially.
I mean, I've heard from a number of people who've said, the plan should work, but there should be ongoing enforcement because we all want it to work, indefinitely. So I guess I would be in favor of, that it goes to every other year after 10 years as that first suggestion was. And I think it should be somewhere, and not just that after 10 years, the school can ask to have it stop. I don't think it should sunset.
Well, it doesn't. I mean, the way the conditions are drafted currently is, the conditions say you will continue to do the monitoring year in, year out, as long as you are in operation.
Well, no, I thought the TDMP said after 10 years, the school could ask to have it stop. And I think that the town's position should be that it continues every other year after 10 years. And I think those are different.
Well, if the council
things.
wants to take that position now, you can certainly do that. But what I'm saying is that we're currently saying that it continues from now through year 10 and thereafter continuously. There's no break. And if they want to, if Branson wants to,
well, I mean, the TDMP says that it continues for 10 years. Thereafter, the town will determine whether monitoring should continue. So that sort of suggests that we're thinking it's fine to quit then, whereas I'm thinking from that W-Trans comment, we shouldn't be quitting. We should do it every other year. Councilmember Breckus.
I'm fine with it continuing, and I think that's appropriate.
And every other year after 10 years?
No, continuous. They can always come in and ask for a modification, and I have no doubt that at some point they might consider doing that, but I think that we don't do that tonight.
I see. So we just leave it as is. But then do we take out from the TDMP that the town will determine whether monitoring should continue, or?
Well, the TDMP is modified by our conditions of approval, which I think what our attorney is saying is it's not to be proposed like that.
So our conditions of approval are
Trump.
Yeah. And if,
Got it.
if you
Okay.
would feel more comfortable to have a specific condition that's specifically, provides that language in the TDMP is not approved, stricken, or whatever we can do, we can add something like that if that is something that the council desires.
Councilmember Breckus and then Macmillan.
Well, I'm assuming, maybe if that's needed, I would agree that to the extent that the TDMP is contradicted by any condition of approval, the condition of approval controls over it. And that, I guess, would be one.
Councilmember Macmillan.
Yeah, this brings up another issue that I've been thinking about, and that is, I think all of this should be in one document. I don't think we should be, having conditions of approval and then referencing the TDMP and having to go back and look at the transcript, and it's just going to be so confusing. So I would like, for simplicity and clarity's sake, everything in one document in terms of what we're adopting.
So then you'd support adding something about monitoring is continuous in the conditions of approval. Okay.
Yeah, Michael, you have a funny face.
I'm sorry. I have lots of funny faces. I apologize.
Okay. Councilmember Breckus.
I'm just listening and taking notes.
Okay.
Councilmember Breckus.
Well, I'm just wondering, and I'm a little bit worried about having another council meeting. We can't do it. Attorneys can't turn this thing over in 2 days. We can't have they're going to take a TDMP, which is a multi-page document, and then turn it into a condition of approval. We're going to have another council meeting. We're going to have another, 30 residents want to weigh in on a new document. I'm just wondering if that's as manageable from our attorney's standpoint versus the
But I
simple.
thought if this is continued, say, to February 15, which maybe gives enough time, since we're continuing the deliberations, we're not opening it up again, that it doesn't start from scratch again. We just finish our deliberations and then approve it. Is that correct, Ben?
That is correct.
So if we're close to the end, we finish up easily at a future meeting. Councilmember McMillan.
Yeah, Ben, you must have thoughts about how to accomplish this so that it's clear and concise and we're not referring to a bunch of other things. What are your ideas?
Yeah, no, I mean, we already have the bones of that in the staff report with the conditions of approval, with the resolution, with the conditions of approval. And we referencing, I believe it's condition 3, that the project has to comply with the traffic plan, and we'll just incorporate it by reference. So it's in one document within the city files. I think that addresses your concerns.
Okay, Councilmember Breckus.
So where the TDMP says, the studying daylights after 10 years and our condition of approval wants it to go on indefinitely, would you just deal with that in a one-liner within the condition of approval?
We could, but it also doesn't say, the TDMP doesn't say it sunsets in 10 years. It just says it gives them the opportunity to ask the town council to discontinue it. But we can put something, a condition saying, the conditions take precedence over the TDMP.
That's
Add something too. There was the excerpt that the mayor read, and then there's also language around this on page 2 of the TDM that's even more clear. says thereafter, the monitoring shall continue unless otherwise deferred, reduced, or terminated by the town following a meeting with the town council in Branson. So it's more explicitly mentioned earlier in the report in case that's helpful.
So that means it kind of says two different things than in the TDMT.
The sentence I just read is the one we went forth with on the applicant, and the one that I think we've all been operating with as the intent. The other one that was a little less specific, I think, was just would need to be updated to match this.
Well, I think Ben and Michael, you understand the intent. Can you work with what you have?
Yes.
Okay. Another thing that's sort of similar is that 3B in the staff report has the provisions that it be the town that selects the consultant with input from Branson, and that it's the town that has the final decision as to the consultant, scope of services, monitoring protocol, methodology. Is that, I think that that's important. Is that, does that need to be sort of transferred into one of the conditions?
Well, right now, the proposed condition 18 allows us to approve whoever they're going to hire. Just want to clarify that.
Uh-huh. So I've kind of felt like 3B was more detailed than 18, that it kind of provided the town a little more just kind of oversight of the monitoring.
Well, I guess 3B really puts town staff, I would say, in the position of having to not only sort of review or have their traffic consultant review the protocol, what have you, but also puts them in the position of having to do all the contracting work and sort of really manage the monitoring in a way that otherwise would be the responsibility of Branson. So you're shifting a certain workload from the applicant to town staff, and I think you should be mindful of that when you think about 3B.
And does 18 give the town the right to hire the person?
No, it's not. The town is not hiring. It's Branson is hiring, but the town is sort of it's approving the protocol and methodology to use by the consultant, and so it has that input on how the data is going to be collected, so to speak.
So approving it is the same as deciding that. I mean, the town has the final say. Is that what that says?
Yeah, well, essentially, Branson will be hiring a traffic consultant. They will, put together some proposal as to how they're going to implement the monitoring, and the town staff, likely with some input from the likes of Brian and his firm on that protocol. But then it'll be that scope of services, that'll be what Branson then goes and engages their consultant to do. And, we're really talking about just collecting data and looking at the data, and once it's generated, and it's pretty hard to argue with that.
I'm still kind of confused. I feel like it should be the town who's in charge of choosing the contractor and choosing the methodology.
But we get to approve both. Under the draft condition 18, we get to approve.
But
who
what
we
if,
select
what,
and approve the methodology?
and if we don't like it, then what happens?
Then it's not been approved.
And then what do they, and then what does the school do?
Pick someone else to, right.
Say, okay, Councilmember Breckus, sorry, your hand's been up.
I just was wondering, can we get reimbursement for the cost that staff, for the cost that staff incurs to review this process?
in terms of doing being reimbursed for costs of sort of managing ongoing monitoring. Yeah, I think you could require that if the town was so inclined.
I mean, I think we should. I do appreciate Branson's concerns about cost, but, you know, I also don't think Ross residents should subsidize, you know, what is supposed to be it's essentially an application. And if I was applying to build a new roof, I'd be expecting to pay full cost recovery. And I don't think it's right that Ross residents subsidize, you know, that expense.
Councilmember McMillan.
Yeah, I'm just reflecting on the undergrounding of utilities, and I believe that the staff time for the undergrounding of utilities is not something that we are passing along to the residents. I'm also wondering if this is going to be really a material cost. It doesn't seem like it's going to be that material, but I don't really know.
I mean, certainly I would tend to agree with you, Councilmember McMillan, that to the extent the town is not the one in the middle of engaging the traffic consultant and, you know, preparing the contract and doing all that sort of administrative work with it, I think the cost to the town will be relatively minor in terms of just looking at these reports once they come out, you know, annually, biannually, depending on, you know, we're talking about a couple different reports. So there will be some staff time looking at that, but I don't suspect that will be an inordinate amount of time.
I can imagine it's not expensive if there's no violation. It's probably looking at data and just having a few conversations. I mean, if it's 8 hours, I think that is not something that we couldn't live with. But what I'm concerned is there's a violation. Branson and the town are engaged in back and forth about that violation. Suddenly our attorneys are getting involved. Now we have a staff report. Now we have negotiations and discussions, and that could just completely blow up.
Well, it's not drafted to play out that way. It's you know, you're just looking at data, and if they're in excess of their trip cap, then the rule is, you know, they get one fewer student for every 2.67 trips.
Town Manager Johnson.
Thank you. I appreciate Councilmember Breckus's interest in recovering town costs associated with it. And I want to point out that unlike other towns, we don't have, I mean, we have very few staff here. And so we have a planner whose priority is to handle incoming applications to keep our process for property owners, design review, et cetera, going along in a timely manner. And something like this is the people that it falls to is going to be the community development director or me. And we are a higher hourly. That's just how it is here. We have very few staff. So I like the idea of having the ability to seek reimbursement, or that just making the expectation known that staff costs will be recovered, especially the town attorney's time. So I just thank you.
Okay, I'm okay with that. Julie?
Yeah, that seems really reasonable to me, especially in light of my other constant point is that Branson pays very little in property taxes and receives a lot of services from the town. So yes, I agree with that.
And Bill and Beach, are you okay with that?
Well, you can. You can incorporate my comments from earlier about trying to predict the future And I certainly don't like the idea of tying, making some assumption that a town council 10 years from now is going to want to do or is going to be appropriate given what's happened in the 10 years. I think we're over micromanaging this thing. And in fact, I'm not going to vote for a provision that calls for something to happen 10 years down the line. I think that's terrible government.
Okay. Bill, any comments about the specific item that reimbursement if there are excessive staff time involved in the monitoring?
I guess it's okay. Along with Beach, I'm a little concerned about just making this too complicated. I mean, one thing we should keep in mind is this is, whether we're compensated or not, this is another thing that our staff has to keep track of and manage. But I don't have any strong feelings one way or another on the specifics of this.
Let's see if there are any final things to wrap up. I had one comment or one question for the condition. The whole point is that we want Branson to be for Branson, and I mean some of the sports facilities for some of their the local youth, but there's a provision that says that their auditorium can't be rented out or used for non-Branson, for outside people, but there's nothing that says that the Branson facilities themselves can't be rented out. And I wonder, I don't know if it's appropriate to add that in. I don't know if that has anything to do with adding 100 students, and maybe we just don't do anything about it, but is that something that's a concern? And is that something that should be a condition? Or even if it's a concern, is it not relevant as part of this application? And I don't know that it's ever happened. I just noticed that there was a prohibition against using the auditorium for outside people, but nothing for the school, the rest of the school facilities. So because of that, because of the difference, I just wondered if that's something we should look into. I think it's provision, is it
15.
15?
I believe so.
Right. So it just seemed odd, like 15 restricts the auditorium to Branson, but there never was a provision from 78 that restricts the rest of the school to Branson. And so my question is, having noticed that, is that something that we would want to do, or is it not even appropriate to do? Bill, Councilmember Kirsch.
I don't think there's enough of a nexus between what you're discussing and the application.
Okay. Then we just leave it. Julie, you say leave it. Beach, say leave it. Fine.
Yep.
Okay, good. One person asked, should this use permit be reevaluated, say every other year, like the Lagunitas Country Club? Is that something that we should consider? Councilmember Breckus.
Well, I feel like we just went over that with the 10 years and then it's going to continue indefinitely. And so I think the answer is no.
Because the traffic's the main thing. And so we're not going to review. I mean, I think the review is only for the traffic, not for the whole use permit. Is that okay?
I think we just leave this. I don't think your council is going to thank us for bringing it to the agenda every other year.
Fine. Does anyone else have any loose ends or any wrap up items to discuss? Councilmember McMillan.
In the neighborhood partnership group, I just want to make sure that it is open to all surrounding neighbors on Bolinas, Glenwood, Fernhill, Hilgert, and Shady Lane, those 5 streets. And I would like for it to continue to meet twice a year even after enrollment reaches 420. I think it would be good to have the police chief and the town planner and a town council liaison included as members so that the town is being informed in a real-time basis about how this is going. And I think it would be good if the meetings were noticed jointly by the town and Branson together to ensure that everyone's getting notified of the meetings.
So would that be a condition or does it go in the, where does that, I mean, that seems reasonable. Well, first, is that reasonable? Do we want to ask, should we, set out some parameters for that committee? Is it reasonable for us to do that? Councilmember Breckus? And then if so, where do we put it?
Well,
Michael, did you have a comment?
yeah, the concern I would have about the noticing meetings and of that sort is triggering provisions of the Brown Act. If you're going to have council liaisons there, I'm not, so I'd need to know more about that. And I think I'd want to chew on that a little bit. I think, the part about including, residents in those 5 neighboring streets and providing notice of it, including town staff is one thing, but then to start engaging council members and then noticing that's where I start to get a little concerned.
I'm fine not having a council member liaison. I just thought it would be a nice thing, but that's fine. We could delete that. And if it's just the town planner and the police chief, that's fine.
Town Manager Johnson and then Elizabeth Breckus.
Thank you. Perhaps I missed this, but I was looking back through the presentation. Did the council already discuss the neighborhood monitors, the number 3A?
We didn't.
I think that might have been a loose end. That was something that the council was interested in, and Branson representatives seemed to be fine at the last meeting with including that in their TDMP.
I think everyone thinks that's a good idea. If we all, that seems like it should be included. I guess I thought that was already part of the agreement. Is there anyone?
So Meredith, was there anything that the council needs to do on that particular item? I think it was identified in your PowerPoint as, is it 3A?
Yes, so it is included in the TDMP, but there's also a condition of approval to consider, which is more specific about when the monitors are out there and prohibiting them from parking in nearby property owners' driveways and whatnot.
And is the difference, Meredith, that in the TDMP, it's one of several tools that Branson could use, but putting it as a condition, the council would be saying, that Branson would have to be required to have those neighborhood monitors? Is that kind of the difference, or Michael is?
I don't recall it being listed as one of their TDMP strategies. I think it was part of their.
It's in the safety mitigation measures of the TDMP.
I just remember that head of school, Chris Mazzola, commenting about it at the last meeting, and I think we wrote it down as something that there was council consensus was a good thing. So just if you wanted to add it as a condition, I believe our staff team wrote up language to that as number 3A.
Yeah. Yes, Councilmember McMillan noted, it is in the what's called the TDM monitoring plan provision. It's on sort of the last page of that. And so it's not one of the TDM strategies. So I think it's appropriate for the council to consider 3A if it wants a little bit more clarity and specificity about the monitoring or the, yeah.
And where is 3A if the council wanted to look at the language right now? Is that, oh, that's on option 1?
Yeah, it would appear in, I believe,
It's I think option 1 and option 2, right?
yeah, it appears on both option 1 and 2, but it's condition 3A.
So that's new from what was presented to council at your first meeting in January.
Correct.
You know, the one thing, they've been really helpful, I've been told, that these monitors, but I mean, I feel it. I mean, we've already asked to have traffic net neutral with monitoring that I think should be helpful. I worry a little that we're telling them they have to hire 5 employees. That's a big ask. I don't know. I'm not sure what, I'm not sure if that's, I mean, it directly relates to the traffic. It directly relates to the increase in students, but you know, 5 employees is a lot. Councilmember Breckus, what do you think? You're muted.
I'm confused because I did think that that was part of their presentation. So I thought that that was what they were saying they were going to do.
So it's already said, or?
That was my expectation. I thought it was in their PowerPoint from the first evening meeting. So
I see.
As I understood it, it doesn't seem objectionable. It seems like it's a benefit.
Okay.
Yeah, it is in the TDMP. We just think we sort of took that provision and just made it a little bit more specific in certain areas.
Okay, Councilmember McMillan?
Yeah, they've already hired those 4 employees to do the monitoring. And the 5th one is just a monthly thing on Bolinas and Waverly, which is where Glenwood continues into San Anselmo. So that's.
Okay.
It kind of goes back to my point about how this is going to be really